and she gotta set up a few things still, but I'm here. Let's get right into it, more or less. Headphones in. Let's get that loading at least. Come on. Okay. So, the minigame event going on. It's actually PvP. Let's do dailies first. Hello, how are you doing? It's gonna do dailies real quick and then move on to the minigame event, which is PvP, which is exciting for someone like me who enjoys the suffering of others. Oh, okay, so your main one was US? For what purpose did you make a EU one? Just to make an alt? Oh, okay, fair enough. I guess it's just been a while since I was ever in a situation where it would really be a concern. But having characters is one thing, but if they're split between accounts, then of course you can't use them all at the same time, which means you don't get... I suppose that the way that I engage with the game is more about team building than individual characters, which is why I enjoy Imaginarium Theater more than a lot of other people seem to. But like I said, the elephant in the room regarding making alt accounts, I'm sure you know what it is, but it has been some time since that was a concern for me, so I understand. Let's take... Oh my goodness. Netzel transmission during combat is so silly. But those are good rolls, though. That's nice. So who in particular do you want to use Shilinen with? Do you have anyone in mind, or...? Thing about... Shilinen... She's gonna get added to TCG next patch, and it's interesting to think that she might be pretty good with Kachina, because as of right now, Kachina in TCG is comically overpowered, in that, if you have any dice saved up, essentially, or anything to discount skill use, the big thing is that with Natlan, they introduced the technique gimmick in TCG, which is basically just attacks that don't actually count as attacks for the sake of things like generating energy, and since TCG is all about tagging, really just any kind of card that requires you to use a skill or an attack in order to trigger its effect. Techniques don't work with those, but in exchange they've got various cards that support its own tagging. The main thing is that Kachina deals a lot of damage, but it's all through the use of her technique, which is, of course, Turbo Twirly. And it means that a lot of the effects that normally work with attacks don't work with her. In particular, using Turbo Twirly doesn't generate energy for her. But there is one specific artifact, which is the TCG's version of Cinder City, that allows you to generate energy upon using a technique, and it's only once per round. So you actually don't want to... Well, you don't get as much benefit out of getting a bunch of dice built up to do a bunch of attacks in a single round. Well, actually, they're not attacks, they're techniques, which is kind of the issue. But, because you only get one energy from using your technique per round, no matter how many times you use the technique that round, I guess you could actually switch out the artifact to refresh the effect, but that's silly. At that point, you may as well just be using something like Calx's Arts or Star Signs, which are other cards, you know, the Albedo card and the Mona card, that allow you to just straight out give a character energy. But the big thing is that in TCG, and again, it's really funny that as of right now, Kachina is stupidly overpowered in TCG. But she is. But the main thing about it is that her burst deals a decent chunk of damage, but more importantly, it gives a big boost to her turbo twirly damage. And that means that you really want to get that burst up, because all of her entire value proposition is just stupid turbo twirly damage. And the burst buffs that even further. Oh, right, yeah, this is gonna be next week. We'll do this one next week. Interesting. Okay. Main thing is, unlike a lot of other... And it's interesting how they differentiate it. Some buffs, like, say, Xiangling's Pyronado or Xingqiao's Rain Swords Rain Cutter, have a certain number of uses. And there are some other ones like Yoimiya's Burst in TCG that have a certain number of rounds, but can have as many procs as you can trigger within those rounds. And Kachina's is a total number of uses. It's not based on rounds, which means that you honestly want to... You want to take it slow, so that you can get the burst up reliably between rounds and not worry about sort of overuse in terms of energy and all that. But what that does also mean is that it's important to keep her alive, because since she's not a character you can really just rush out, at least if you want to consistently have your burst up, or you might have to weave in normal hits or just normal skill uses. Because to use the technique, you've got to use her skill, so you do get some energy back by using the Turbo Twirly skill. It's complicated and silly. TCG is silly, but... Oh, goodness. Essentially, if you try to rush her and kill things quickly, you're not going to have the burst up as much as you like, which means your damage isn't going to be where it's at. So you're totally focused on damage, but you also want to strike a balance between waiting out rounds so that you can more reliably use, say, Cinder City to get energy up. The issue is, though, is that that means you're taking more hits from the enemy. You might have to switch out of Kachina. And notably, that can actually cause issues, because if you switch out of her while her Turbo Twirly's out, then it puts down the summon version, which deals less damage than actually having her on field and going for the jumps. So you actually kind of want to either strategically use up all of her Night Soul points so that you're not going to waste any by switching, or you waste some by switching in order to make sure she's not the one on field at the end, taking damage from the enemy's summons, maybe being out there while the enemy takes their turn first next round and deals some damage to her. Or you could use artifacts like, say, Tenacity of the Millilith to just actually give her some defense, but then you're not getting energy from Cinder City. So that is her balancing factor, that she's oddly fragile in this specific way that, her own... She needs to stay on the field, even though her damage is great, because switching out makes her damage output kind of get wasted, because again, Turbo Twirly deals less damage when it does its summon form, which auto-procs when you switch out, than if you're on field using it with Kachina herself, and there's no way to opt to not put the summon down as long as you've still got Night Soul points, so that kind of gets wasted. But still, she deals ridiculous damage. A lot of it is piercing damage, which means that there isn't a way for enemies to shield through it. It's very, very interesting. But I wonder if they're going to nerf her. But to make a long story short, Shilinen is going to make it possible to... What books do I want to claim? Because I'm not going to be getting Aoife to 999, because he uses the new boss's mats, which I want to save for Skirk, even if I do get enough to use them on him. And... I already got enough books for Escoffier, and getting Aoife to 666 at least So the question at this point is, again, what books do I use? Honestly, I might go for Elegance books. Because I'm probably going to be throwing a little bit at Chronicled Banner to at least hopefully get Ayaka, but we'll see what happens. The real question is what weapon I pick up. Yeah, let's go with Elegance. It's just, what else am I going to be using? We don't know what Skirky's is yet. Imagine it'll be some Natlan book, but I don't know. I can just farm it. Let's take Elegance books, in case I get Ito and Ayaka. Because ideally I get Ayaka, and maybe if I lose... Yeah, hopefully I pick up Ito on the way. Honestly, Ito and Kokomi, it's just... There isn't really a pressing reason for me to get either of them. Ito is at least... I've got Navia, but he's a very different kind of Geo DPS than Navia. But the entire thing about Ito is that he was sort of in between Tartaglia and Nuve. And I have both of them. It's been a while since I even used Tartaglia, but it's just sort of... He doesn't really fulfill any kind of role that I really need anyone to fulfill, that I don't already have someone fulfilling. Real question is... Feelin's not bad, but really it's... Honestly, we go with Wolfang. Almost certainly Wolfang. It's always good, but again, it's been a while since I brought out Alhaitham. But Chiori is actually on Inazuma Chronicled, which is amusing. But again, that means that if I roll on it for Ayaka, there's a chance that I end up getting her C1, which would not necessarily be a bad thing. Wouldn't complain about that, because it would make her a lot more usable, but it would unfortunately make Albedo kind of pointless outside of theater, because at that point... Well... Especially since there isn't really any team where you'd really want to use Albedo where you aren't already using another Geo character. For example, the one team where I use Albedo, at least occasionally, is Navia, Albedo, Bennett, Fischl. And if I picked up Chiori C1 going for the Ayaka I don't have any of next patch on Chronicled, then it would not make sense to use Albedo instead of Chiori at that point, because... Not like I'm using his burst for the EM buff. Nobody needs that on that team. It's sad, really. If there is a character who they need to go back and buff, it is honestly Albedo. Or they could just add him to Standard Banner, and that could be their excuse for him being kind of mediocre. But I would prefer they buff him. It is what it is. And there we are, so I guess it's time to start Quirky Quaking Arena. Countless experiences have proven that one's own skills are the most reliable adventuring tool. Owning various unique abilities and confrontations will undoubtedly benefit future exploits. So it's time for combat and hurting people. Shatter like thunderous lightning. Use Varesa's elemental skill to shatter solidified crystals. This is like Mario Kart Battle Mode. On the field, and collect adventure coins to earn points. During the trial, the character benefits from reduced CDs and maintains a state which their Phlogiston stays full and will not be consumed, so it can just run forever. They give her a weapon. Guess she doesn't have a weapon, really. This one here, powerful item. Multi-target homing missiles. When used, you will start aiming. While aiming, you will begin automatically locking onto up to 3 targeted characters. Once you've locked on, a missile will be fired at each targeted character that will home in on its target, generating a small explosion and launching all characters and its AoE into the air, and the user will obtain a large number of adventure coins. In addition, all characters who are knocked airborne in this way will lose a certain amount of adventure coins. Powerful item. Potent Dirty Fruit. Powerful item. Upon using this item, this character gains temporary immunity to the effects of attack-type items and deploys a Dirty Fruit at their current location, including when midair. This is basically half Super Horn, half Blooper. This item can be used up to 3 times. When a character touches a Dirty Fruit, their vision will be obscured for a period of time. Simulated homing missile, and when used, you will start aiming. While aiming, you will begin auto. Okay, it's the same thing, but not up to 3 times. Not 3 times, it's the same. Lurker Mine. When used, a Lurker Mine be placed at the current character's location, including when in midair. The mine will detonate when any character enters its detection range, launching all characters and its AoE into the air. The user will obtain a large number of adventure coins. In addition, all characters who are knocked airborne in this way will lose a certain number of adventure coins. Okay. About points. Okay. Let me see. In the Quirky Quaking Arena event, travelers need to collect as many adventure coins as possible within a time limit to limited time to earn more craft points. Adventure coins come in 2 sizes, and picking up larger adventure coins will grant more craft points. The trail touching an item box will grant different quirky curios, some of which can knock characters back. When travelers use quirky curios to knock back other characters, they will receive a large amount of adventure coins as a reward. Conversely, when a character is knocked back themselves, they will lose a certain amount of adventure coins. This trail features numerous solidified crystals and platforms. Use Varesa's elemental skill to destroy these solidified crystals, which will grant random items or large amounts of adventure coins. This trail introduces a new quirky curio, the simulated homing missile. After using this item, you will enter aiming mode and continuously accumulate guidance value toward a targeted character. You could probably use a wall to block it. Once guidance is locked on, a homing missile will be launched at the targeted character. If you successfully knock back the character with the missile, a large amount of adventure coins will be awarded. Conversely, when your character is knocked back, you will lose a certain amount of adventure coins. You cannot collect new quirky curios while in aiming mode. Okay, let's do it. It's time to fill the world with pain and suffering. Might even be someone else's. Okay. Enter the world. Oh, it's in my world. Let's hope that it doesn't lead to glitching out like that one time in Winch Race some years ago. Come on. Ooh. Oh, this is an interesting arena, and for a second, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to move. Okay. Well, let's get the big ones before... How did we miss that? Dumb. Let's get our item. And it's a homing missile. Nice. Oh, okay. I don't know if that hit anyone. No, we did hit someone. Nice. You know, I think it might be a question of them not being as good at using Varesa's abilities. Because, as someone who's actually had the character, I know how this works. Okay. And I think I managed to make the missile avoid me by simply... being out of the way, hopefully. Yeah, we hit someone. So it's all about line of sight. This is kind of sad. Some people said that they wondered if the other players were all bots. Which is sad, really. And it's a bit of immunity. We got just normal items scattered around. Oh, wow, and this lasts some amount of time, pretty much no matter what. There's no way to simply... Oh, wow, alright. Ooh, big ones. These require flying leaps. Okay. Let's see. Oh, alright. Let's race you to that. Sorry. Worker mine. Keep that out of the way. Really, I should have just waited until I was targeted, but there isn't really a good way to tell. Someone hit my mine. It's kind of sad, actually. Let's get that, and... Dirty fruit. Again, basically a blooper. Okay, come on. It's a few of them. The other players are... Oh, come on. Really? Okay. Still doing well for ourselves. Okay. Really, huh? Oh! I didn't even really realize it, but those ones are actually just scattered. Wait. Okay, now I'm really stupid. You can spam sprint, and there's really no reason not to, other than it looks kind of annoying. Okay. Let's see. There we go. I was kind of not understanding how to use that at first. But it's kind of sad, really. Yeah, if you keep spamming sprint, you're not gonna get hit. Wow, that was kind of tragic. King of the Quaking Ring had the most adventure coins at the end. Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, I wanted to retry all these challenges until I won at least once, but I don't think I'm gonna have to retry any if they're like this. Sad, really. And to think that I could have been even more dominant if I had just spammed sprint. That said, I think the issue here is that most of the other players are playing on mobile, and Varesa is really not that convenient to use on mobile. Okay. Wave Chaser. This trial features numerous water bodies and platforms. Use Mualani's elemental skill to move quickly across the water while dodging obstacles and collect adventure coins to score craft points. This trial includes a new quirky curio, the Creeping Barrage. Holy crap, the Wave Breaker from Splatoon 3. A Creeping Barrage will be released at the current character's location that slowly expands outwards. It will knock back any characters it hits. If you successfully knock back a character with a Creeping Barrage, you will receive a large amount of adventure coins. Conversely, when your character is knocked back, you will lose a certain amount of adventure coins. Interesting. Okay. Shatter, Wave Chaser. Why is it Shatter? And there are no Cryo or Hydro characters, or... Can't trigger Shatter. Well, actually, Varesa could trigger Shatter, I imagine, with her blunt attacks. Use Mualani. Oh, nice! Glad he got home safe. Use Mualani's elemental skill to move quickly on the water while dodging obstacles and collecting adventure coins to earn points. During the trial, the character benefits from reduced cooldowns and maintains a state in which their Phlogiston stays full and will not be consumed. I should simply just dodge, dodge, dodge. Okay. So this one presumably would just be a random button. So we've done the rest. I'll probably need to fear that Mavuika profile picture. So essentially, you can just spam sprint. If your Phlogiston's not going down, you can... That's what I should have been doing. There was never any reason not to. This one might end up being tougher. We'll see. You know, maybe I should have... Okay. Other way. Let's put that... Oh, oops. Dumb, dumb, dumb. I'm dumb. Other way. Spamming sprint. Pretty darn nice. Oh, you can hit your own. That is not pleasant. So that's the secret to it, but... Yeah, it's definitely just a matter of not everyone is as familiar with Natlan movement modes as maybe they should be. But if you spam sprint, it's a good chance you end up hitting your own, so I'm probably better off not using the sprint as much? Maybe. Okay. Either way, as long as I'm making sure to jump at the right time, spam sprint, which oh my goodness, that's silly. Still on top. It's honestly sad. Okay, and, well, okay. Oh, please. Yeah, Mario Kart Battle Mode for sure. And I'm not winning anymore. I hate you. I hate you so much. Did I hit them? No, I'm not sure. Come on. Oh, we're barely on top. Come on. Oh, collected their coins. I'm still not on top again. Dumb. No, I am. Okay. So basically, if I stay away and focus on just getting coins, they will take each other's coins and sort of Beyblade, spin, steal, equalize. Okay, interesting. The item usage is what's really, really annoying. Seems a lot of these coins are just getting lost in the process. Oh my goodness. Especially since it's so finicky. We got the horchata-powered connection. Oh, come on. Oh, please. What the... Oh my goodness. Let's go over, get that big group. Oh, but you have to jump over. Okay, this one is dumb. This one is actually stupid. Unpleasant. At least that one didn't damage me. Okay. Come on. Come on. Big coins. It's doing so well, too. But you go and hit your own, and that causes problems. Come on. Stay out of the way of your dumb attack. Don't want to get hit by your... Oh my goodness. Please, please. What the? What? No, no, no. What the? This is so stupid. I'm trying this one again. Yeah, this is not the kind of one you can... Yeah, I cannot be playing this game with people on the other side of the world, sorry. Can't jump over things when, you know, it looks like you jump over it, and then... I wonder how it resolves who actually... You know, if it looks like you got... If it looks to them like you got hit, but it looks like to you like you jumped over it, I wonder how they resolve that. Really, though. So makes me glad that this game does not have a real PvP. Let's try that again. I'm not settling for that result. Can't accept that. Yeah, imagine if this was Dark Souls 1 PvP and I was getting lag stabbed. That would be fun. It wouldn't be. Kind of surprised that they didn't mention, oh yeah, if you use the Creeping Barrage, you can hit yourself with it. It was amusing to find that out. Okay. Main thing is... Spam. Spam. Sprint, and you can go faster than anyone else. They don't understand. They don't understand their own power. How any of this works. Hit the debate club. Oh my goodness. Well, maybe it is a good time to be me. And yeah, that time, I actually should have been hit. That was one that should have hit me. Main thing is, gotta delay a bit if I'm gonna be using this. Okay, and there's some kind of cooldown. It seems that while your wave is propagating, you can't use a wave. Okay. Well, that worked pretty well. Should focus on... Well, alright. Stay away from you, clown. Worker mine, and... Got some of that back. Really? Okay. And we hit ourselves again. And that was pure dead weight loss. Hate it. Hate it here. Come on. Breathing Barrage. Okay. Let's hope we hit someone this time. We did! Exciting. Okay. So, essentially, if you can use items, should. Some really dumb hit detection. Again, that should have hit me. Some of them should have hit me that don't. And then some of them that shouldn't have hit me do. I guess that's... evens itself out in the end. Okay, let's... dumb. Did we hit ourselves another time? I hope not. Stupid. Ah! Well, we got some of that. Jump again. Main thing. You know, stay in your own lane and focus... Okay, how did that not hit me? Again, not complaining, but that should have hit me. Okay. This one is some silliness. Oh, but they got hit, which means we got that one. Nice. Let's hope we hit someone again due to terrible hit detection. Thank you. Mualani moment. And jump. Another dirty fruit you're hitting. I don't need that. Doing better this time, but even still, someone is staying still. Clearly they disconnected or something. And yeah, that's exactly it. See, they just need to make more servers. This is way too sensitive to be the kind of thing you can do with a 5 billion ping. Well, we redeemed ourselves. Kinda. Okay, cool. It's time for the next. Another King of the Quaking Ring. And everyone else just got the one for losing coins. That's just kind of sad. Hey, we did pretty well for ourselves. Okay. Wonder where the maximum theoretical score you could get would be. Oh my goodness, I am lisping due to sleep deprivation. That's how you know it's bad. So... This trial features numerous adventure coins floating in the air. Use Kinich's elemental skill to move at high speed and collect the adventure coins to earn craft points. Okay. Nothing new. Soar amidst steep cliffs. Use Kinich's elemental skill to move quickly while collecting adventure coins to earn points during the trial. The character benefits from reduced cooldowns and maintains a state in which their Phlogiston stays full and will not be consumed. Wonder if you can take fall damage in this one, if that would kill you or something. Because I know that in Wind Trace, in the maps where there's water, and they don't make them with water anymore because of it, but if you drown, you just automatically lose. Including if you're the hunter. Okay. Just see. 400. Interesting. So the theoretical maximum you could get would be 400, 500, 550, 80, 640, 700, 750, 850. 950 is the theoretical maximum. Okay. Interesting. Okay. And of course you get diminishing returns as your total goes up and up and up. I'm afraid of that Chlorind. Let's do this. Yeah, because in the end, this is ultimately a way to shill Natlan character movement abilities. Oh, interesting. I like how this one is asymmetrical. It's cool that way. Okay, and... Okay, cool. Thanks. Just racing around. I got that, nice. Let's put that mine down and, well, okay. Guess we missed that. This is an interesting one. Oh, because they grabbed the big one or what? This one is tricky. Actually tricky. Got around that, but still. Oh, goodness. Ooh, huh. Well, that's curious. Yeah. Oh, and it would be easier than I might like to totally get out of the way there. Still grappling, and we missed that. I'm stupid. Okay. So weird. Okay. Let's not get that, and what the, oh my goodness. So finicky. What? Genuine hatred. What is going on here even? Not getting any items done. Okay, I kinda understand. It's all about using the grapple points, but even still, okay, we got that time, but even still, so lame. How did we not actually connect to the grapple point that time? Dumb. At least we avoided that, but even still. The main thing that is annoying about Kinich is if you don't hold, you will auto-grapple, you'll auto-lock, which is honestly not good most of the time. Okay, and the really annoying thing is that really stupid mid-air swing, because it only exists to let him mimic Qucusaur abilities, but you don't actually ever want it. It's never actually useful in this, at least. And, of course, you're still limited to only 2 mid-air swings. So clumsy. We got that at least, but this is one I'm not going to enjoy going for first on. Really, not at all. What the hell? This is so dumb. Okay. You have to make it work with the sigils. It's so stupid. Let's cut down the tall trees. Okay. And that's the secret right at the end. I don't imagine they had fun. Stayed on top the entire time, and then I Snatch it right under their nose. That may have been a little evil. Maybe. At least I don't have to do that one again. Okay. So... Oh, baby. Computer is heating up. If and when I take a break, I'll probably get a water bowl. Ah, Mavuika. This trial features numerous platforms and slopes. Use Mavuika's elemental skill to ride the Flame Strider and move at high speed. And across multiple platforms and the circular arena, collecting adventure coins to earn craft points. Swift runners strike like flame. Use Mavuika's elemental skill and ride her Flame Strider across multiple platforms in the circular arena, collecting adventure coins to earn points. During the trial, the character benefits from reduced cooldowns and maintains a state in which their Phlogiston stays full and will not be consumed. Okay. Kinich is fun to use if you've got a sigil, or if there are no sigils around. But when there are sigils around and you're trying to move without using the sigils, then you suffer. And they're in my world again. Oops. So does Mavuika move faster when you hold down sprint or when you spam sprint? I don't know. I never actually bothered checking. Oh, that's right. If you can do the jump spam, that actually moves fastest. Or does it? It's the most efficient use of Night Soul points, but I'm pretty sure it's... If you can keep the sprint up forever, you'd rather be doing that. Okay, come on. And... we will... Well, we hit someone we didn't quite want to hit. Okay. Okay, cool. And... got that. I think we managed to use the terrain to keep it out of the way, which is nice. And how they get 75? They've gotta be... Oh, come on. What the... You're kidding. Come on. We got another missile. Thank you, and... Well, we took some of theirs. That's exciting. We probably just need to be spamming this, which is not pretty in the slightest, but oh well. Adventure coin locations are about to change. Put that down. This one is more than a little silly. Okay, well, alright. Thank you. Get that back, and another mine. Well, whatever. Let's keep getting our Mario Kart items, and let's walk on to the person we actually want to hit, and aiming. Good stuff. Stay out of the way of you. Thanks. Keep up. Ah, I hate you. Legitimate hatred. Come on. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Please. Okay. Another missile. Cut down the tall trees and... Okay, well, alright. Please, please. And... good stuff. Go for you instead of anyone else. Stay out of the way of that worker mud and... Well, come on. Ooh, we actually managed to maneuver out of the way a bit. That's what's exciting. Thanks. Let's put those all down. And... keep hitting you clowns. Okay. What? Oh, I thought I'd be able to maneuver and I couldn't. Dumb. Multi-target homing missiles. It's a good day to be me. And come on. Step away you. And aiming progress is nightmare. Come on. Ooh, big. Okay. Oh, they're definitely just good at maneuvering. That's got to be the issue there. Come on. Ugh. How do I kill you? I'm not getting anything to hit you. Dumb. But it really is just a question of what is Mavuika's best movement tech. And... We still couldn't do it. I'm just not good enough at using the damn motorcycle. Fastest Mavuika movement. Fastest. Infinite bike. No, bunny hopping is still faster. Okay. Interesting, but you have to, it's all about actually getting the big coins. The issue is that you're not going to be on the ground at all. Which means you need to precisely drop down on the coins. Oh, goodness. This one should be easier, though. Now that we know what we're doing. Okay, another arena with rotational symmetry. As much as I hated Kinich's challenge, I liked that it had an asymmetric arena that was just this big helical shape. That was fun. And there we are. Thanks. And... oh. 1, 2, and... yeah. Basically target the big ones and then go around and... how did that not hit me? I mean, I'm okay with it, but... thanks. No one worth hitting. And here we go. Cool. And... really no one worth hitting. Oh my goodness. Oh, and... alright. What? Again? Okay, they're targeting me, which is smart, and I don't blame them. But they are targeting me. Okay, that's another big one. Stay out of the way of you. Dirty fruit, and... oh, alright. Grab that, and... targeted missile. Cool. Mine. And another missile. Let's bully you. Oh my goodness, you're kidding. Worker mine. And that's the secret. We need to... do we need a bunny hop? I don't even know. Main thing is that it leads to missing coins, which is obviously not ideal. Okay. Either way, focusing on dropping mines and getting missiles is definitely the move. And did we hit someone? I'm not sure. At least we didn't get hit ourselves that time. Come on. I feel so clumsy and imprecise this time. At least we're utterly destroying them. Okay. Well, about getting those missiles and stay out of the way of you. Oh, and it went through the wall. Okay. Did not expect that to be even possible. And get a pretty high target. No, you're kidding. Come on. Let's grab that. And potent dirty fruit and yep, that's the immunity we wanted. Very, very nice. And again, this is so finicky. That definitely should have hit me. Alright. It's fun, though. It's always nice to win. For them. Just gonna, honestly... oh, they're probably not giving me missiles at all, given how far ahead I am. Okay, and that couldn't target me. And there we are, that's it. That would be the maximum 950, which of course doesn't matter because maxed out, but let's try that final challenge. I find it very interesting that if you were to get 400 coins and knock enemies in the air 3 times and win in every single challenge, you would just barely essentially not be able to get to 4,000, without doing all 5 at least once. 5, which means, say, doing each of the 5 unique ones at least once. Does that be 3,750? It's so funny. A lot of people expected Shion and then just or Satwali because of the frost, and then it ended up being Kaeya. This trial certain bodies of water, especially since they could have done something where you had to keep up Satwali's night soul points and have its papa freeze it. Yeah, whatever. Honestly, they might have thought about that and then just couldn't make it work in time and use Kaeya instead. This trial certain bodies of water will periodically freeze into icy surfaces. Use Kaeya's elemental skill to freeze the water surface, allowing you to move between platforms and icy surfaces to collect adventure coins and earn craft points. Periodically freeze. This trial introduces a new quirky curio, the Scatter Bomb. Holy Bomberman. This item causes a large cross-shaped explosion, knocking back all characters within the blast range while also destroying all icy surfaces in the area. Be sure to avoid it. When travelers use scatter bombs to knock back other characters, they will receive a large amount of adventure coins as a reward. Conversely, when a character is knocked back themselves, they will lose a certain amount of adventure coins. Let's win this. Oh, and it's mostly the scatter bombs. Enhanced scatter bomb, powerful item, scatter bomb. When you use a scatter bomb, will be placed at the current character's location. This item can be used up to 3 times or not. 2 seconds after being deployed, the scatter bomb will trigger a cross-shaped explosion, launching all characters in its AoE into the air, including those who are mid-air or in the water. The character will obtain a large number of adventure coins. In addition, all characters who are knocked airborne in this way will lose a certain amount of adventure coins. Okay. Let's do this until we can get our win, and then we'll collect our rewards and go into the volcano. Pretty small arena, too. Imagine if it was Rathazli and you had to ice bridge with him and... Oh, we all start in the same spot, just like the Kinich one. Interesting. But I liked by being on the edge. Okay, cool. And... Cool. We jump. Yep, it's all mine. It's all mine. Well, not all mine, but... Cool. That was kind of cruel. Thank you. Well, he's gonna stay out of the way. Cool. Yeah. Oh, please. And we... Ooh. Having to climb back up is what makes things painful. And no big ones. Interesting. This one is interesting and complicated. Oh, and someone has AFK'd. That's sad. Oh, I thought we'd be able to stay out of the way, and then we couldn't. Dumb. That was a bad one. Okay. No. Got a good start by getting most of the big coins, and then lost that big start. Okay, come on. Come on. And there we are. But Luzino Lumine. She is the protagonist. Okay. Thank you. We hit Lumine. Nice. That's what I like to see. And... Big thing is, if I don't get hit at this point, can't really catch up to me. That's the thing. So it's about maintaining this lead and not slipping up. Or we could try to get some of the dirty fruit. Nice! And guess who lucked out by being in the middle? It's me. Today is a good day to be me. Oh, that was dangerous. Okay. Lots of dirty fruit. Okay. And scatter bomb again. So that hits someone. Or not. Cool. And try to get some of us cut out. Hopefully that won't work for you. So much swimming. Silly. Ooh. Okay. And... Oh, you can't use them at all unless you're grounded. Okay. Interesting. If we hit you... It's probably a connection issue. Oh, that's what's nasty. If you're smart, you can snipe them while they're in the water. Okay. I didn't even think about that, but... Really, I'm not paying attention to the other players right now. Not what I'm focused on. Focused on getting those coins in. Oh my. You can iframe that? Oh, that's evil. Okay. Yeah, it's an actual attack. Well, that's fun to know. Doesn't matter anymore. Cool. So that's another win. Cunning Knockout King. Honestly, I feel like that win should have gone to Lamine. It was only because of the single hit I did on a Lamine that I ended up winning. So, presumably, she hadn't slipped up. That one time, I think that would have been her victory. But now we're free. Cool. And yeah, one of 5 themes will be randomly selected for this trial. Choose the appropriate strategy based on the theme of the trial to collect adventure coins. This trial will randomly select one of 5 themes. Choose the appropriate strategy based on the theme of the trial to collect adventure coins and earn points, but, well, we already did it, and I don't feel like doing any more of this. Did all of it no, and there we go. 100 and a remaining 320 for the outright invariable 420 Primogems per normal event. And would it put a check mark on this if we play this once? Guess we can test that. Which one is it going to be this time? And it's... Oh, you're kidding! I hate you. At least I know better what I'm doing this time, but still. Dumb, dumb, dumb. I hate this one. Okay. So we can see how it goes. Now that I've obtained some vital experience. Oh, and being on the absolute edge is almost certainly just the worst one to have. Okay, and... Thanks. Oh, we missed that, you're kidding. Hate you, hate you. Thanks. We got that at least, and... Cool. Oh, alright. That is unpleasant. Surprised that one hadn't been grabbed, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, we are not going to win this one. I don't know. If we got a homing missile, maybe, but... Another lurker mod, I hate you. Legitimately hate you. Okay, well, even holding, we couldn't get that to work. Okay, come on. Okay, alright. It's the fact that it's tied to skill that makes it so annoying. Oh, the glide would have been better anyway. Glide would have been better anyway. Come on. I got that in... You won't give me a single missile, will you? Come on. Oh, and positioning is so unforgiving. I really dislike this one. Okay, come on. Oh, you want to put down mines, presumably. Bye. Start points. Grapple points. Going out of your way to position things specifically almost certainly isn't worth it, but just won't give us anything big. Dumb. Which again makes sense, because we're currently in the lead, but it's still annoying. Unpleasant. Fruit. Thanks. Wait, how did we not grapple onto the sigil that time? So weirdly finicky. Okay, and Bitcoin. And we missed every single one of those because he does that stupid Qucusaur attack. I just... Not once has that ever been actually useful for me. Okay. So... Yep, go ahead. Shoot me. I'm using my dirty fruit. Yep, you couldn't do anything to me. Yay! Okay, and we're in mid-air right now. That's a thing. Which means we can't use the fruit. Oh well. No, we're actually doing pretty well for ourselves. The main thing is just I imagine that the reason we haven't gotten a single missile is because we've been in the lead this whole time, and the missile exists to Robin Hood things up. And this, you don't get nearly as many coins just around this way. One of the easiest time was Mavuika one, because they were so fast you could move around like crazy. It was ridiculous. Okay, so do we get a check mark on there now, or what? At least we won. Yeah, may God have mercy on those poor souls playing on an iPhone on the other side of the world. Might even be an iPod Touch. Yeah, you just... I'm gonna play with a bad connection and touchscreen controls. It's not even fair. Okay. So let's check that real quick. Yeah, there's no check mark. Let's check that real quick. Okay. So we got 129 saved up right now. Again, it really makes me think, just... do I go in on Inazuma Chronicled, and how much? Because I'm not exactly happy that it's coming this early and right now, but kind of have to... I can't collect those rewards, because there's nothing else to buy. I have 10 invitational headers and the game won't let you buy anymore. Okay. So at this point, the only things left outside the volcano interior itself is Skyfire Circlet, which I'm pretty sure I've done everything in already. And then, the area around just the volcano, which I don't imagine really has anything anyway, but we'll check. We're gonna check. Okay. So, since it's as hot as it is, I can put in Shaska on the adventuring team. There we go. No. Yeah, don't imagine there's really anything nearby anymore, but alright. So we got this spot here, which is nothing, and a tree. Nothing and a tree. We can get white chestnut oak wood. That's something. Very least, at least it's not... Baida and the big area between Baida and Vorakasha. So the worst part is that they actually have 4-leaf sigils around some enemy encounters, such as some hill troll rangers. They have a few chests here, but it's mostly just more rocks. But all this, they added some enemies, which is honestly even more insulting than it just being actually empty. Because it shows you that it's not just a placeholder. That they thought about what to put in that area, and they openly decided, we will put some actual semi-unique enemy encounters. Nothing really worth going out of your way to find, but they put thought into the placement and then just said, yeah, no chance. No chance. And all the purple up and around here, and again, it's nothing. Next patch, they're actually going to add the ability for... Oh, actually, there's a rift? That's actually weirder. Gonna add the ability for... Once you're at high enough %, treasure compasses to show more rocks. Pretty cool. Ah, and you fell towards the back. That's nice. What is... Why is there paint here? That is strange. Oh! Someone try to climb in? Oh, presumably this is sort of environmental storytelling, is These ropes were used to climb up into the volcano. Because there was that adventure team that went down inside. And of course they couldn't have used the spirit ways, because, well, one, they're not people of the springs, and two, those spirit ways didn't exist, because the eruption hadn't created them yet, so they had to just climb up. It said that they used... oh... Flower Feather Gwen people to help them get inside, which presumably means... also, somehow they were able to share their ability to withstand heat. That's interesting. That's some lore. Kind of like how around the Grand Narukami Shrine, of course, we use Electric Rana, and it's been years since it's been relevant. Well, you go there as part of Mizuki's story quest, but still. Got all these pathways up and around, showing essentially how a real human being would get up there, which is... a lot of it is outright broken down, to the point that I imagine if there were to be any explanation, it would be that most people who are there outright live there and don't really leave. I don't know, Yamiko can probably fly or something, but yeah, you see all these climbing ropes and stakes. It's fun. Go up through the rift and it shows you a bit of a scenic route, and right, exactly, and there is an Oculus here. And I did realize, much to my chagrin, that Altar of Toxia Mopilia reached the highest point of the Great Volcano of Tolan. Well, that's cool. Unfortunately, it's not exactly the most scenic view. These clouds are kind of in the way. It's interesting how they use the clouds to sort of create a bit of an illusion of height, because you can climb up here. It's not all that hard. The spirit ways change the camera angle a bit. You get this abnormally low altitude cloud layer. Then Celestia is around that way at a sort of 30 or so degree angle. Can't really see it. Well, you can't see it. Of course, you go to the Tenatia, which is actually higher too. And it does also have its own cloud layer, but you also just can't actually get up there physically. At least not without ridiculous constellations, probably. And then, can't see Celestia over there, and it's actually about on the same level, which is interesting, but there are actually 13 or so more alkali. There are 200 in the overworld, but there are 22 more in the volcano, which I didn't actually think to check, and then I ended up jumping the gun and submitting them early to the statue, because I didn't think about, hey, you know, maybe you need to check the volcano number. Well, really, I kind of thought that the overworld number would include the volcano number, and then it didn't. So, yeah, but... And I believe the guy over by Remnants at Tatankasaurs talks about, in a dialogue tree that I don't think is available to us or ever was, because we skipped sort of the initial quest portion by actually climbing up the volcano manually, which triggers the eruption and makes a spirit ways. I went back and did the quests, but that dialogue portion is gone after that. He's the one who talks about going inside the volcano, so presumably those are his climbing remnants, and the reason that you've got it's close to Tatankasaurs, which is where he is because that's where they started from. Environmental storytelling is always one of the coolest things a game can do if pulled off correctly. Of course, if. Much, much easier said than done. Let me see. It's purple and a bit of the red over here, and then Skyfire Circlet, so there are 13 more, presumably inside the volcano. And if push comes to shove, I always can use Oculus Resonance Stones, like for the really, really, really stupid one that was under here. Which was just infuriating. And we can drop through that cloud layer. It is around here, and there we have our trees. Above those Teferic ruins. Okay. Oh, please. And honestly, one of the more understated benefits of using Chaska for exploration is the fact that she can actually go up slopes pretty well. And below a certain grade, I believe she's actually faster at climbing up than Shieldin. So you can just kind of slide up them. And of course, there is enough height that part of the circlet is underneath it, but if you go up from Falling Star Fields, you start up here instead, which is a decent amount higher up. And again, it will always be crazy to me that Mavuika has some ability from every single one of the tribes except for Signs of the Canopy. Can't grapple, can't use Flame Granite, but she has Graffiti Sight, she can go through rifts, she can go on water a bit, she can fly a bit, she can climb a bit, and then nothing from Signs of the Canopy. Which, that does make me appreciate how they have a decent amount of puzzles in various areas that have used Qucusaur abilities that... Yeah, and you also have this little fortification over here, which is presumably sort of the original entrance to the area. Kinda. That the dragons probably blew up to prevent the nasty humans from using. But it's actually just using Kinich for movement is... Tall order might not be the right word, especially since he isn't, but... Oh, that... If you want to move on land, you just want to use Varesa, or even Shieldin or Kachina. If you want to climb, of course, use Shieldin or Kachina. You want to go over water, use Mualani. It's only if you're engaging with a specific Qucusaur / Signs of the Canopy puzzles. Those are, again, grappling sigils, the hook switches, and flame granites that you really want to use. One of them specifically, and even then you can bypass a lot of the sigil stuff by just using other aerial movement. If they want to make them useful, they have to put in the specific puzzle mechanics. Those are, again, flame granites, the balls, the pull switches that literally nobody else has any ability to even interact with, which... I suppose when you have to make 6 unique abilities, and again, given that Mare Jivari is presumably where the Lost Animo tribe, and or at least the Lost Vanessa tribe, Animo by presumable process of elimination. Yeah, imagine that it ends up being Quantum or something. The 7th tribe is actually an 8th element. I do not expect that to happen, but it would be funny. But, oh... If we're gonna be getting Mare Jivari in 5.7, gotta find a gimmick for that, and of course the real interesting thing is that based on what we know about Skirk's kit, she as a non-Natlan character does not have any kind of exploration gimmick in her kit. Nothing like a sort of Usia pseudo-quantum or anything. She is to our knowledge, just a standard Cryo character. Again, the question is what kind of tagging she's going to have in terms of nation, because she isn't from one. Because we do have... got Traveler with... oh... whatever this is. We have Aloy with the vision shape known internal as Ranger. And those are the only two, excuse me, truly sort of Outlander in the sense of not from this world characters we have. And therefore are only points of comparison in any sense. It's big Winepa berries. Oh, there we go. Pick up the seed even though they're outright on the ground. Okay, well. Let's take you down. And not all that good when we've got... oh, two same element characters in the party, but you do what you can. And okay, come on. Come on. Don't want to lose it. Is it gonna fall into the volcano? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. It is gonna fall all the way down there, and why do I care about this? Oh, but that's right. Let me see if Warrant Officer Tatiana responds. If she respawnianas. And it doesn't seem like it. It seems that we actually permanently killed her. That is actually pretty sad. Oh well, we'll miss you. Yeah, that just... she's dead. Wow. Okay. One way to go out. So we got your drops over here. Oh, fish. Okay. So we already did all of the puzzles here in the lead up to going into the volcano, to my knowledge, but we'll give it another once over and shoot some Qucusaurs. Yeah, I wonder how Chaska feels about that. All these secret source mechanisms, and essentially, it's the entire Skyfire Circlet. It's getting all those secret source switches lit up, and it rewards you with a little lore dump at the top over here from one of the Dragon Sovereigns. Not in the sense of one of the Dragon 7 elemental sovereigns, but is in one of the 13 who ruled over Natlantia, as they called it. And enter that. Let's see. And of course, those Qucusaurs cannot be targeted at all. Take you out. Hello. Oh, and that's right. We don't have a healer on this team other than Yansan, which... oh, man. At least we can probably take you down. Since... Chainbreaker. It's different elemental types from the equipping character and also just Natlan characters. Again, it is interesting that Chaska is literally the only character... well, Chaska and Ororon are the only characters who can actually make use of the entire passive, because when it says Natlan characters, it doesn't just mean other than the equipping character. You can't have a different elemental type from yourself, but the equipping character can be Natlan, so one Natlan character, then 3 other characters are either from Natlan or different elemental type or both, and that's max buff. It's kind of silly. Well, you know who can use Yansan's buff? Varesa can. We're moving. Somewhat. And let's go for that shot. Still probably should have used Varesa, but what are you gonna do? And Thank you. Let's do this again. Already got the chest from this, but no, that's alright. And there we are. Let's pick this all up before it might fall. Thank you. It is interesting to think about how they might decide what enemies to base local legends on. Because ever since... Oh... They made Rocky Avildsen and Liam in Fontaine. And they are based... Their movesets are based off of certain treasure hoarders, but they don't drop any treasure hoarder materials. They don't drop any materials. They haven't given us any local legends since that haven't had any drops. There are numerous who only drop meat. Well, numerous is in either 2 or 3, depending on whether you count Battle Goat and Iron Claw as separate ones. Well, the Night Soul Totem ones don't drop any, but they also don't really count. They're their own kind of thing. But either way, it... In Natlan, after Ruined Drakes being primarily a Sumeru enemy, they made a local legend, Ruined Drake Earthguard, which is, among other things, a way to, you know, farm their materials without having to go around the entire map. And then they also added a few patches in, though this was also a Natlan enemy, of course, Infinitesimal for Avatar of Lava stuff, and then you've got, well, the various Fatui in the first Natlan patch. You got the Agent, you got the Skirmishers, and those are Agent and Skirmisher drops. What really surprises me, and it's probably part of why they didn't do it, because no one really needs to be actively farming Hilitrol materials. The fact that they haven't added any Hilitrol type local legends. Yeah, that's what they could do. They could have a Samatrol with every element. Well, every element a Samatrol can have, which is every single one but Pyro. We don't have any Pyro Samatrol, but we've got every other element of Samatrol. We got Dendro Samatrols before Pyro Samatrols. Yeah, the element that took 2 whole years to add as playable was a Samatrol element. And the element that has had the most characters in the game since launch, that is Pyro, still does not have one. Which honestly I'm fine with. As much as I like the Electro Regis one, and the Thunder Manifestation, well, that part might actually be a lie. I'm glad that they didn't add just a bunch of other sort of pseudo-oceanid enemies of other elements, did not add. That said, I think they should have added the GOI of the Storm that they hinted at. Because originally, and they were going to add in 1.2, back with Dragonspine, before I even started playing, they hinted at adding a GOI of the Storm. They didn't talk about adding a drop for the Eye of the Storm, so it still would have been entirely pointless in terms of existing, but they were apparently going to add a GOI of the Storm, and then they just didn't do that, so... That said, again, they only care so much about making more drops farmable, because it took them 5 patches after Natlan's launch to actually add a Saurian local legend in the open world. They added a Night Soul Totem one with Spirit of the Falling Dawnstar before they added the Beak, and made, therefore, Saurian Teeth farmable via beating a local legend, instead of just, again, going around killing babies. But... yeah, the baby killing will continue until morale improves. Not pleasant. And then, I don't think there are going to be any more plants to pick up. Again, we'll do another once over, but I am pretty sure that I got everything the first time around going through here. This is the Qucusaurs area, and then sort of for the Volcano quest line, you go inside and you got Mualani, you got Varesa, Kinich, Shionen. Everyone except Citlali. Again, I haven't gone to the Pseudostar pedestal yet. That might end up having something Ectomasaur. But I'm honestly surprised at how little, as in nothing, there was in terms of Ectomasaur puzzles, because everything else got its time in the limelight. That said, I will say that arguably, Citlali and Orone might be the ones most usable outside of Natlan for the specific reason that if you've got the stamina, their jump is actually better than Kaza's, which was previously sort of the best sort of pure hops ability. But it is what it is. Yeah, even without Phlogiston mechanics, which make the jump higher, it is really, really nice aerial. Okay. And of course, Orone has his Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom Link mid-air bow charge shot, which is not useful for damage in the slightest, but there you go, if you care about that kind of thing. Yep, we get around here and... oh, nothing really. So we got into the volcano proper, and we'll go in there in just a second, but before that, I'm gonna read the lore tidbit one more time. Oh, right, again. More Order 66. You ever feel like Anakin Skywalker before falling into the lava? I will say, the 2 Star Wars movies I have not watched, actually, are Revenge of the Sith, because I watched them... my parents showed me them, because they were big Star Wars fans, and a big Netflix binge, as in back in the days when Netflix would still send you DVDs. When I was around 12 or so, and they didn't want to show me Revenge of the Sith, because that was PG-13. And... what's really, really funny is that they forgot that the Sand People Massacre in Episode 2 was in Episode 2. And when I asked them about that years later, they said, oh yeah, we didn't want to show you that Sand People Massacre. And I was sort of, well, you did show me, because that was in Episode 2, not Episode 3. You know, the one where Anakin says, you know, I killed them all, not just the men, but the women and the children too. But, oh... I haven't seen Episode 3, and I haven't seen Episode 9. Don't really feel like seeing Episode 9, but... apparently the official novelization of Episode 3 is actually legitimately good. Which is a kind of crazy thing to think and say, but... apparently it's very psychologically interesting in how it describes the characters. These are the words of the Sovereign Ruler Ajnimo's Shukabahun, and which one was that? That was... 13 Sovereign Lords. That is... oh, that was the first one, actually. Okay. Maybe not necessarily the highest ranking, but the first one. Xbalanque's forces have broken through the Skyfire Circlet, no less than expected. The hero leads humanity. Only a warrior of such prowess might earn the right to die at my feet. Their grasp of Phlogiston is still no more refined than the bishops, because Kukulkan gave them that knowledge, yet it is enough to counteract her power, given the right circumstances. If the traitor had not handed the knowledge of fire that began Kukulkan to another race, no, even without the power of Phlogiston. He was right all along. The civilization we dragons created has stagnated for too long. Grasping hands of humanity have ascended the sacred mountain and infringed upon our domain, yet we did not sense their climb. I too, how long has it been since I felt the thrill of combat with a warrior such as this? Ah, such a glorious feeling. Should unbridled joy? My esteemed king, I entreat you, bear witness. Oh, so these are... and the wiki does suggest this, but yeah. They definitely do sound like dying words. Okay. So who do I want to switch into the party? I think I'll put in Shionen. Sure. Thank you. Cool. And... oh, well. Not you. Okay. There we are. There we are. Back inside. Yay. So there are going to be 13 more oculi around here. Last thing we're going to do in the new areas is, of course, just going back to talk to the people in town and figure out where that secret space is, but that shouldn't take long at least. Okay. Did already go up here on top, which kind of like the archway leading to Belgorod, or the big plateau in the northwest of Ancient Ruins of Ra in Elden Ring DLC. There's nothing up top, but at least you actually can get up there. It's not nothing, it's a few ore deposits and random Tatankasaurs with no chests or no more rocks, because, again, if you don't have someone like Shionen, well, you could use Kachina, actually. But without really precise positioning, getting up here is prohibitive. Also, there is that secret source dragon idol that just goes around the upper layer, and I wonder if it might lead me anywhere interesting were I to try to ride it. I don't know. Either way, we got this entire upper level, and I think that I'm not sure whether I could do anything meaningful in terms of the actual Dragon City area today. I think it won't take me, especially since a lot of these walls, especially near the edges, are actually barriers, and you can't go here. A lot less of this is explorable than you might think. Which is really, really sad, considering that there's so many big cracks to the outside that... you know, imagine if they had released just the outside volcano as one patch. Maybe, honestly, instead of Mare Jivari, just had all of this be one patch and allowed you to go farther outside and into at least one of these big cracks. So that would be really interesting. That would be really interesting, and then you just can't do that. Oops. So let us proceed outward further. Some Phlogiston, but nothing much. Sea of Shifting Sentience, and I believe actually we will sort of say farewell to our Saurian buddy today. Well, oh, hi there. Another one of those. So a lot of those over here, because they are Phlogiston related, I believe. Let's go around this lower level, which again, I don't presume is anything, but yeah, then we get up top and we can take down the Tatankas just for documentation purposes. Okay. Honestly, it's good for balance that they gave Mavuika that additional time limit on water and wall movement beyond just her Phlogiston. But it also just wasn't necessary, really. Oh, that... was that there from the start? Either way. Let's get that before I forget about it. Let me check. Geography. What is It's interesting that the Chamber of Deliberation has a marker from the start, hinting at its existence. So does the Sea of Shifting Sentience, but this one isn't really hinted at. I suppose maybe just saying Chamber or Sea of Shifting Sentience doesn't really hint at the existence of the Dragon City in the way that marking this might have, but still. Once sealed ancient city. And again, if you look at the previews, official previews, that spoils you on it too. Yep, ancient sacred mountain, once sealed ancient city. An ancient city once sealed by a fragile oath, stirring feebly like sun-bleached bones rattling in the wind. What fateful conclusion will be set in motion by its final death throes? Okay. Well, we already know. The little buddy Saurian briefly ascended to, not godhood, because the dragons exist in opposition to the gods, but achieved the power of a sovereign briefly. That is what's really interesting, that presumably now there just isn't a Pyro Sovereign anymore, and no way for the Pyro Sovereign to ever come back. Given that, well, it isn't explicitly stated, but presumably no more Saurians are going to be born with the Flame Lord's Blessing, because it exists as a way to... It was entirely due to the influence of Kukulkan trying to bring back the bloodline of Chocolatl, and now that Kukulkan is dead, and... Oh, right, there is that other peak over there, which... There's gotta be an Oculus up top, right? It's gotta be. When is that secret source idol going to come back? Either way, clearly. Probably want to use Chaska to get on top of it, because she's got the most convenient flight. It would take forever to wait for it. And again, I already have poked around up top here, and there is nothing except ore deposits and a few random roaming Tatankas, but... Again, if we're going through the Volcano interior, I feel like showing it again for various and sundry individuals who were not there at the time. And that... Wait. That's a different floating island. Excuse me. Let's mark that and see if we can touch it. Because again, the Paimon barrier is pretty overzealous in this area. Would not surprise me if we just couldn't. And then that over there... It's also something I want to check. Because with enough flight, Mavuika and Chaska together could almost certainly hit that pillar. That whip on the edge, though, that might be the kind of thing I might want to use. I was going to say Kinich, but no, I could just use the other flyers. Poor thing he is. Just completely outclassed in pretty much every situation. Okay. And yeah, up top here, nothing again. And the sun is completely intangible. There is really nothing to it. And that secret source dragon idol. I believe it's... I was gonna say it's behind that big island, but not anymore. It's flying around here, and if I were to get on top of that, I'd be able to reach it. I think now might be the time, but go inside. There's no point to it. You can do it, though. Okay. I think this is gonna be the best opportunity to hop on top of that snake. Oh, and it's actually pretty darn low. So, we've gotten high enough, and can manage. Again, this is definitely the most convenient method. Let's see if we can intercept it. Suppose there's a non-zero possibility that it might end up being intangible just for show, but I hope not. Okay, you are curving out of the way. I don't like that. Come on, come on up. You're just too fast. Oh, that was an unpleasant surprise. Well then, guess I'm going to have to try another time. Start a whole lot earlier. But don't imagine there's any kind of achievement for that. Don't imagine there's any kind of anything for that, really. But seems to be physical enough to get on top of, so I'm tempted. Ikoka. And of course we can use Shionen here to just regen Phlogiston on Night Soul Transmission, get that back up, because it's not like we're close to anything that's going to let us get it back normally. There are no teleport waypoints up here. There are no... Oh, Phlogiston embers or crystals or whatever. Oh, there's an Ember Core flower. Forgot about that. Okay, well... And the baby is not taking notice of us trying to kill its parent. You know, maybe that's for the better. Okay. A few over there, and it totally teleported back to its original starting point. Okay. Come on, come on. Hit, and as long as we get our crits, we'll be good. Yep. You have 77.9 crit rate, which ain't half bad. And yeah, we got a couple of babies. Cool. Go for a few more plunges, and boom. Okay. Yeah, it's honestly more interesting that they decided to put some crystals, some enemies up here. Of course, nothing that would really make it feel bad to not be able to get here. Especially since, again, without Natlan characters, you are... Or at least really good use of... You could probably make it work with Geo Traveler's 2 rocks if you had enough determination. It just wouldn't be particularly enjoyable. But... it would suck to get here otherwise. Come on. Take it out with normals. There was one more Tatankasaurs whelp whose pitiful life we're gonna end today up here. So let's engage in a bit more Saurian cruelty. Ah, right over here. And again, their paths are interesting. Because it does seem that after a certain point, they do just warp back to a certain starting point. They don't have a loop as much as they have a single pathway. Alright. And again, Mavuika reduces transmission cooldown, and Shionen gives back Phlogiston on transmission, so they synergize pretty well. Holy gameplay relevant Yuri, Batman. Okay. And let's keep on going. I could be using the Mavuika Bunny Hop, that is true. I do also just want to see, because it is also hard to get to the underside from over here, because again, you're let out this way after dropping down. And honestly, that's what's really weird. Obviously, you drop down through a chasm of light up here, but you get up on top and there isn't actually a drop down. The geography is inconsistent, which again, is nothing new and is deliberate, but honestly, it would be cooler if you could actually drop down inside the starting chamber from up here, but I was gonna say that would allow you to climb up, but they could always just make a barrier, and then you could still be able to climb up and out afterwards without breaking anything. I suppose maybe they didn't want people to actually be readily able to get inside the big ball of fire and show, hey, they didn't add damage, they didn't add any collision, without actively going out of their way to do it. But then at that point, why did they add Tatankasaurs and crystals up here if they didn't want people coming up here? They could have made it like Bida and just added nothing. Or at least Bida had enemies. It actually had more unique enemy encounters. It's literally just Tatankasaurs up here, but you go over here and you added crystals, which in its own way is more quote-unquote, I suppose, but you know, to be a fly on the wall. Actually, to be a mosquito on the wall with West Nile virus. I don't know why I said that. I don't actually wish them any harm. Okay. There we go, and take you out. I was gonna say, you know what, let's use a burst, but then I didn't. It's okay. In terms of characters whose C1s I might actually want, Varesa is on that list. Got C1 Hutao and C1 Ganyu, but neither of those characters has been relevant for a very long time. I suppose I could be using Hutao with Fiorina, but meh. That's silly. Do like Hutao, not that much though. And oh, but the Overlord's gone. That's right. Okay. Go around on this Lupin. See various and sundry Tatankasaurs, and then we'll switch a Chaska to a fly around, and of course you got these very similar looking islands that are completely unreachable. Okay. Just basically saying, alright, whatever. You know, how did they translate that specifically? Pixel transmission, or... Wait. Do they not have a Night Soul transmission? Yeah, there's no Night Soul transmission voice line tag there. That is very, very strange. Yeah, and also in the Japanese, this is Faru's Eye. Of course, they've got it in katakana because she's got. And is that Farsi? Is that Arabic? She was Joanne and Jojo, but notably, she's part one of various Middle Eastern ethnicities that I'd rather not assume. And then the other half Japanese. Got another cloud layer. Yeah, exactly. You got the cloud layer on top of the mountain, then the cloud layer in the mountain. Big enough to have its own ecosystem. Well, atmosphere. Presumably. Yeah, what's the weather like up there? Okay. Go on top of that and see the nothing on top. Yeah, again, it's honestly weirder that they added a few Tatankasaurs than if they had simply added nothing. And here we are. Getting up top might be a little tough, and I believe there was another spire up top with, well, also nothing. And fly a bit. Do that again. Cool. Top here, and this is where we want to switch. Cool. Again, I do appreciate that Shionen does not start with a full Night Soul bar, and it doesn't fill her back up to full, for the specific reason that it makes it less of a worry about timing the second E-press the E-press after Night Soul transmission. Because there's no way to overcap accidentally or waste anything by using it too early. It's just, that's all you've got. So then let's see. Where is that dragon idol now? Again, we have obtained all the nothing up here. Oh, that's right, I also wanted to do a quick fly around with Shaska on the lower level. See what that might be, which again, presumably nothing. It is 13 minutes to nothing. If I recall correctly, the void outs in Ancient Sacred Mountain are also more lenient. They don't drain all your energy in the way that they do elsewhere. I hope. Well, it's not as if I'm really in any kind of serious combat scenario right now, but even still. And yeah, of course, around here there is no pillar of light opening up to outside. It's just, again, nothing. It's entirely illusory. Kind of sad. Oh well. Honestly, the best way to get on top of that secret source dragon idol is probably going to be one of the other areas, but regardless, whatever. Flame-Melding Ritual Grounds might be the best way if I can manage that. Of course, it depends on where it actually is. Interesting. It's coming around. So can I get over here to this completely non-map marked island? And oh, we're running into the invisible wall. That's why it's not marked, because you can't get there. The invisible wall gets in your way. Great. Not really. Okay. Well, alright. Dragon idol is... Where? It is... It's come around. Till... Got a real chance to get on top. I should probably put Shionen back in the party. Probably. Oh, go for a slight heal as well. And now that we've explored the various nothing on top of here, we can actually get going. Main thing is, again, I want to... With Chaska and Mavuika, I could use Night Soul Transmission to keep up enough flight to get to that pillar, and I would like to do that too. Again, I imagine it's also going to be nothing on top, and before I forget, let's just do that right now. So are we high up enough to make that? Not really. We would want to get on top of that portion over there. Okay. Still got some of these illusory dragons. Alright. So if I were to get on top of the big pillar, we could use Mavuika, Chaska, and Night Soul Transmission to get to that middle pillar and see if there's anything on top other than those plants, which... Again, I don't imagine there will be, but we can at least see. That probably we would want Shionen, Chaska, Mavuika, and I think Kinich, because Maybe Satlali. Either way, there's some sort of whips around. Yeah, at that point, I just want to be using Satlali. And... oh, did we clip? Not quite. Okay. Either way, we want to get on top of here directly. Okay. Here we are. Now begins the slow, painstaking climb up top, and we'll get on that pillar, which that pillar might also be a good way to get on that one secret source idol, but I'm not gonna hold my tongue. I mean, I am going to hold my tongue. Not gonna count my chickens before they hatch. You know, maybe I could have picked Kachine. Oh well. There is probably a voice crack. There's definitely a voice crack. It's probably a Tepetlisaur rift that would have let me get up here. But I didn't find it, so instead we're climbing normally. Isn't that great? Not really. And here we are. Stay still, and of course there's a Pyroculus up here. Oh, but were we supposed to get up here using an updraft, or? Oh, no! You actually are supposed to get to that island, but you're supposed to use a Qucusaur to do it. Well, I see. It's actually more interesting. Yeah, so... how are we supposed to get up here, then? More Qucusaur stuff? Maybe. Well, I am sure that enough exploration will make that answer known to us. Either way, after I check this out, I gotta take a bathroom break. And down here, we got our infinite Phlogiston. And what do you know? We just fly across. Cool. 1, 2, 3. And we picked that up. We heard the sound. So what's over here? Oh, just a Qucusaur nest. That's some. Interesting. There's a chest here. A number of chests here. Oh, so they all kind of just got treasure going around this area. So they're accumulated loot. The shinies they picked up. That's fun. It's very amusing and charming to me that... oh, that was a bad idea. I don't want those. Oh, well, oh, it's gonna void out. Okay. Well. That might come back later. Yeah, we shouldn't have put down Mavuika then. Oops. Maybe I just gotta part with that. Huh? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take that as a sign. We will reload the area. And I'm going to take a bathroom break. So I don't end up exploding, which might be amusing, but I wouldn't enjoy it. Be right back. back and alive. So I guess it's time to climb that mountain again. Yay. Kachina gets to come out to play again. That's something. I imagine there's some kind of teleport that gets you to the top there that I just didn't get or see because I didn't explore for it. But that's okay. That's okay. So we can replace one potato with another one. Cool. Yatta. Alright. Let's get back up around the pillar again. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, because that also means that, in a certain sense, Mavuika is outclassed by Kachina. Which, honestly, maybe that's a good thing, but... yeah, because you can, especially with Mavuika, you can keep up the transmission perpetually. You're not doing any leaps, but keep this up without any issue. Oh, well, actually, Turbo Trolley cooldown does become a bit of a pain point, but it's not all that bad in the fact that Shiwanen regenerates some nights upon transmission. It's pretty nice. Pretty darn nice. Yeah, it's a little rough, but you're getting enough back that you're staying topped up throughout. You don't have to worry. So, top up again. So glad for her. Make way for a special girl. And you get to... what? Huh? What? You're kidding. Was that slope too steep for her? Well, maybe that's the thing. Just... you go for a certain slope grade and she just says, well, time to die. See, that's what I get for trying to let her be useful. Trying to let her be the one to get to the top of the mountain. She just totally fumbles right at the end. This is why we hate her. It's tragic but true. Yeah. No praise for Kachina today. Only suffering and punishment. Alright then. Bad day for Kachina. Truly shameful display. This ain't much. Can't even go to this island. Then it... Sea of Shifting Sentience, Flame-Melding Ritual Grounds. Once I get done with this exploration, it's just... there's the rhythm game, which to be fair, that is not happening, at least until I've got... gotta replace my phone screen protector. I gotta fix my... oh... gotta figure out a good way to hook the phone up to the PC for the stream, because... you do not want to play the rhythm game on keyboard. You want to play it on a touchscreen. And... oh... then there are all those TCG matches, which I am not doing until I've got a way to... until they add the platinum skins, and therefore we get another coin sink, because until that happens, it is literally just wasting those coins. And... oh, that hurts a bit. Straightforward transmission. Okay. And then, of course, all the character furniture sets in the teapot, and they're adding Dahlia soon, so I gotta... Wanyan and Dahlia, and that's in Mondstadt and Relay Teapot, so I gotta remember that, so I don't Oh, move on to the Fontaine and Sumeru teapots and Inazuma without collecting their rewards, and then 10 more hangout events that I have not yet done. And then, and only then, will I be fully caught up with all of the game's permanent content. And then I could... Yeah, what is up with that specific slope? Why can't she climb this? Yeah, Shionen can climb it just fine. But Kachinja just says, nope, sorry, Turbo Troy won't go. Time for me to fall to my death. And I... Yeah! It honestly would not surprise me if there was some kind of specific tagging that made Kachina unable to climb it. But everyone else able to. Just to say, too bad for only having a 4-star version of Tepetlisaur character climbing. Wouldn't even surprise me. Oh, and right, we got too close, and now we're getting hurt. Oops. Okay. Well. Okay. Alright. That was dumb of me. Went off the wrong side, because I have no sense of direction. Okay. Cool. Now we switch the party back around, put Chaska and Yansan back in. You know, with your respecter, you call Yansama. Well. So, let's not overload all the baby Qucusaurs off the side this time. Moment of truth to see if the drops respond. Yeah, it's cool that you got this nest over there, though. So, let's see. Did they come back? And the answer is... they're gone forever. Nice. Okay. Still probably want to put in Shionen. So we can have Varesa fight him. And somewhere around here, they... big Qucusaurs in the air will sense us and drop down, but not right now. Ah, there we are. This makes some of them aggro. Okay. That's fine. You like that. And now you're dead. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and that didn't hit a soul. Okay. 2, and again. Cool. There we are. Okay. Like these chests without any struggle. Those don't seem like they can be weapon fire. Okay. Kira kira shiteru? Oh, but yeah, when Chaska opens a chest, sometimes she reacts like a bird would, which is amusing. But now it seems there are 3 chests up here, which is pretty nice, especially as it's something that someone can miss if they don't know what to look for. Got 2 more Qucusaurs up there. Some spot around here makes them actually come down and fight you. So if they will, I'd like them to. Wait. You're just stuck in one position. What's up with that? I actually... best way to make this work would probably be to reload the area, and the best way to do that would be by quitting out. The reason I didn't do that last time... oh, I've accidentally just closed the whole game. Well, the only reason I didn't do that previously is that... oh, drops will, when you close the game out entirely, instead of just teleporting away to reload the area, those will disappear. Drops will disappear. But, of course, enemy positions don't do that. Okay. So let's do that again. Awesome. Okay. So now they're normal, and they should maybe drop down and gank me. I hope. Otherwise, I can't hit them at all. Well, we weren't high up enough to get the flight. Stupid. Still weren't high up enough? We were actively gliding. I honestly wish it specifically tried to look for a glide or flight state instead of however it does it. There would be a bit less frustration. But now, this is a place we can probably... No, I want to fight those Qucusaurs first, but... Was it specifically hitting the baby Qucusaur? Or... Because we can't do that anymore, it's kind of dead. That made the other ones aggro, or... Got a rounded flight path. It might be a matter of being around the nest and disturbing the nest, but... Whatever made them aggro that one time, it doesn't seem like it'll happen again. It's probably a matter of basically the collective aggro that enemies get when you hit one in a group. So again, since all the others are gone, I don't think we can do that at the moment. Can't shoot them. It's not happening. Okay. Well, okay. So at this point, let's just try to get on top of that secret source dragon idol. Where is it right now? It is... Well, we can at least check and see what might be on top of this pillar. Again, nothing. And we go right here. Okay. You over there. Main thing is that we can keep up perpetual flight, so to speak, if we need to. We might need to. And you see, in the right position, we can get her to kind of go up the slope. Kinda. Of course, nothing in here, but what are you gonna do? Then it's over there. I think it's gonna go behind, maybe. Either way, we can fun it and go for one ride. Oh, it's ascending a bit, not fun. Not good for me. Big thing is, we want to figure out its path and intercept it. It's definitely another invisible wall. Exactly, you get the Mondstadt invisible map with Zone, you get the Flame Thief's Island that doesn't show up on the map until you activate it, but eventually does. And then you have the godforsaken invisible islands in here, which just never show up. You can never use them, never go on them. Pointless and oh, we're too low now. Dumb. Which means I can probably catch you around here now. That's what we're gonna have to do. And again, I do not imagine that any real reward will come out of getting on top of it, but it is quite simply the principle of the thing. And also, it's not exactly the easiest thing to get up top here after you've... Oh, come on. Fallen down. Oh, well, we can use that Mario jump. Okay, come on. Come on. Let's see, do we have enough time to catch the big robo snake? Maybe. I hope. Can't exactly look behind me to see where it's at. In terms of movement progress-wise here, and there we are. Not fun. To transmit again. Go around the side like this, and... Okay, that is definitely bad news. Where is it? Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Okay. Main thing is, if we want to catch it, need to stay ahead of it. Try to stay on its path, going at a sort of diagonal. So we intercept it. And it's going up high again, which I also don't like. Think we can drop down on top of it now and okay, come on. Oh, we did it. We've ridden the snake. And again, it does not seem as if there's going to be anything of particular note we get from this, but it's pretty cool. What would be really interesting is if it somehow went down to the other level. And that 2 and 4. Ah, you can see the trail in that little fly. Since it's normally not going to be an animation that shows up in movement. Interesting. Yeah, how long is a round trip going to take? We started around 2 hours and 14 minutes. Basically using that mushroom on that little promontory as our marker. Let's see. Gotten around quarter of the way in 40-45 seconds. Of course, all this banking it's doing is not helping, and let's use this ridge to make sure we don't end up slipping off, which would be unpleasant. Make sure we're staying on the most horizontal portion at all times, if we can help it. It would be nice if there were some sort of reward for getting this, but again, it is the kind of thing that would be prohibitively difficult without Saurian abilities to assist you. At the very least, it doesn't seem like it's actually going to get to a point where staying on this little diamond here would lead to you slipping off, but even then. It's a non-zero chance that we end up... Well, I was going to say climbing, but this is a physics object that moves. You can't actually climb on it. So, non-zero chance we end up slipping off, which would be unpleasant, because that would ruin everything, but based on what I see, probably some like 4.5 minutes. Seems like a pretty safe estimate. Maybe an even 4. Maybe just 3.5, because yeah, it goes around the altar, but here it just goes sort of in front of Summoning Hall. It's pretty. And again, in a few ways, this does sort of feel like Genshin's Ancient Ruins of Ra. In a way. And we... Something like 3.5 minutes. Seems to be a pretty safe estimate. Again, that mushroom over there. Is it even a mushroom? I don't know. It's what we use as our marker. Because I wonder whether they planned out the pathway of this dragon with attention to essentially how long it would take to go, and it... Let me see. That is about... It's about 3.5 minutes. Okay, I get the impression that Switch probably summons it since it passes so closely by. Maybe. Maybe. Also, what is this going to be? We'll figure it out. Oh, there was the gateway on the other side. Oh, right, there was one more thing I actually wanted to do, which was just for posterity. Ride these two spirit ways up one more time, which, to be fair, they aren't even how we got up to Skyfire Circlet, because we triggered the eruption by climbing the mountain, and then we simply jumped into the volcano to have it teleport us up to the circlet, and that totally obviated any need for spirit ways, because even if you climb up, spirit, you can't really get up to... Well, I guess if you climbed down the right part of the mountain, you could glide down to the lower part of the circlet, but even still, fastest way is presumably just get up to the volcano so the eruption gets triggered, jump into the volcano so it voids you out and teleports you to the Skyfire Circlet, and then congratulations, you were there and the quest starts. But still. Cool area. But as you can see, they use that camera angle for that transition. Alright, let's go back up again. Nothing special. Yeah, and again, if you're not doing a challenge where there are points, hitting those rifts does literally nothing. It's fun to jump over them, but it doesn't really make a difference. Yep, and that one is shorter, but it doesn't take you as far. Interesting. Of course, to be frank, the distance you save by going up here is really not worth how much longer it is in terms of if you're thinking about time saves, which honestly, don't think anyone speedruns this game. But still. I'm gonna close that window. They can mow their lawn in peace. But I don't need to hear it. Okay. Okay. Oh, that didn't make that much of a difference at all. It's going through a closed window. Right, because it was the backyard window that I closed. No, the side window that I closed, but they're in the backyard, so it's not going to make much of a difference, if any. And oh, hello. Wait. Oh, that's new and interesting. It seems that Mavuika can target them even when they're not in a normally targetable state, and I have never seen them do that charge before. Wow. Come on. And... boom. It is honestly amusing that it doesn't require a... you to use your skill. You just need to be using a charge attack, which means... No, it didn't work that time. I don't know what was up then. You just need to be doing a plunge, so if you've got some kind of jump boost, if you want to, you absolutely can just be doing normal plunge attacks. If the mood strikes. Hi there! Hello. Boom. And... you know, this could have stood to use Yon-san, but that's okay. And we... It's kind of finicky about whether you dodge that beam or not. And what is... What's erupting over there? That is interesting. Either way, put you back in the party for now. Come on. That sad. Isn't really. Oh, we're just gonna use the flame granites. Right, there were pulverites over here that one time that allowed you to use Kinich's flame granites to break them, showing off the fact that they gave the ability to break pulverites to him as well, but again, only with a flame granite, but still. Again, it is interesting that they decided to do that. And again, this is not a tree in any way that matters. Don't fall off. I do appreciate that you can't normally attack yourself off a cliff, but it does lead to some interesting looking things. Big thing is... Oh, and I'm sure most people know, but when you use Zhongli's normal string, which does anyone ever, makes it look like the spear kicks into the ground on his fourth hit becomes the one he's then spinning on the fifth with another kick, but actually, they're entirely different objects. When you do it on the edge of a cliff, you can see it, because it changes the position of the other spear to account for the fact that he moves a bit forward, spawns it a bit closer to him, but of course the illusion is maintained if he's on ground with space to move, because he can... And even there, it works even with a tiny ledge like that. As he steps forward a bit before spawning the other spear and despawning the other one, but if he can't move, the illusion is shattered. This is where Mualani becomes useful. So let's switch her back in. Oh, but she also needs healing. Okay. You know what? Let's actually just feed her food. Better than poison. It made a lot of lasagna. Okay. Cool. 1, 2, 3. It's gonna go for some normal attacks on you. Cool. So I wonder what it's gonna be like now that we've cleared out all the abyssal corruption from the area. Also, there are, of course, the little areas up top. So let's go through the lava at the bottom and then see what's up top. Okay. Do wonder how much we're going to be able to do in the top part of the mountain today. I mean, how much we might be able to reach in the lower portion of the mountain today. And, well, we missed. Alright. We can put you in, and that is also an electrocharge. Nothing too special, and what do you know? Bottomless pit. Great. What was that again? Bottomless nachos, or... Bottomless nachos. Infinite nachos. Bottomless salad bar. It's the... What do they call it? Bottomless instead of all you can eat? Because I was going to make some joke about store that sells bottomless pit, but it's just not coming together. Exactly. Gotta find someone funnier than me. Oh, and Qucusaur. Oh, to get to the top. So this is kind of a Chaska area too. Interesting. Did not consider that. Hello. Hello. Oh, well, I guess you might get knocked in, but you can survive that, so it doesn't exactly help me. And slam down, and don't really want to take damage from that. Might have to, though. Cool. Well, we can't get on top like this. Mualani and maybe put in Shaska instead of Yansan. Kind of sad. Yeah, probably Mavuika, Varesa, Yansan, and Chaska, because... I mean, Varesa, Chaska, Mualani, Mavuika, because... Unfortunate as it is to say, Yansan is just duping up. Or I suppose we're gonna have to... Okay, well, alright. Oh, and we can't attack when we're... skating on water with Mavuika. Unfortunate. Okay. Well, we can vaporize that. And, well, that also just works well in general. Okay. Even if our hydro damage is woefully underperforming against them. The sheep. You, right. Well, that actually doesn't make much of a difference, because your attack does not matter for your damage, but you don't get any crit boost from Witsith now, so... Well, okay. And it is actually quite interesting that... Oh. When you soak in the Phlogiston pools in here to get knowledge, you cannot use Mualani. You have to use an actual Qucusaur. Poor her. Well, what are you gonna do? Let's just keep going around down here. Oh, and Pyro Boom Blossoms for the first time in recorded history. Oh, and that lights that vent back up. Fun. I like that. I was not expecting the Qucusaurs to be here that were. Hi there. And that hit you. Interesting. It's inconsistent how you trigger them. Well, whatever. Don't kill me, please. Maybe I should have brought in Shionen. Don't kill me. Just for that healing. For that healing in. And we go over here and... This one is self-contained. This is the one that... Solidify that. That goes down to Heart of Force inversion. Which is, as they say, it's where the force is inverted. And... Huh? Huh? Okay. Oh, we can bring the stack back down and... Oh, that just knocks it over there. I wasn't expecting that. And the penguins... Okay. Oh, the penguins are crossing the sea. That's fun. Hi there. I should probably check how many trash artifacts I've got. I don't really have to worry about running out of space and some artifacts tumbling off the edge, but regardless... Let's toss them in now, because this is going to be Escoffier's set. And the more we've got it ready, the better. Real thing is that if I get Ayaka next patch, and if I try to level her to use with Escoffier, that means leveling some Blizzard pieces, which, to be fair, I have some Blizzard pieces that have basically been waiting for Ayaka for years. But even still. Pangies. Basically a penguin hot spring. It's amusing. Yep, and you can go up this, you can't go down. Okay. Well... Alright. That was... stupid and unpleasant. Do have Chaska, but... And again, it turns out that this does nothing. Cool. And we managed to not go into motorbike mode this time. Which is good, because again, we are kind of in midair. And this looks like a gas vent, but does not seem to be any way to trigger this, and... What is this rock? It's a bit like turquoise, and I know that Fang of the Mountain King explicitly says that it uses turquoise, but... The really funny thing is just how many things are... Oh no. Goodbye. How many things are described as jade? Just because it kind of gets used in Chinese as an all-purpose term for any kind of gemstone, when presumably that's a little inaccurate. Okay, okay. Case of overly literal translation, I suppose. Come on. And this is how I want to take you out. Cool. Go for them. We do have some chests around here, yeah. And some pools that seem to actually just be normal water. Feel bad for that random flow current bird that just fell off the edge. You know, maybe they just get spat out. That's what I'm gonna say. Helps me sleep. And interesting. Oh, this is low enough that... Yeah, it went right through the layer. Wow. Hop out there. Keep on shooting you. Okay. Various secret source servants. Cool. And again, another one simply went under the Phlogiston, and I would not be able to pick that up with Chaska. I mean, Mualani. She stays on top on the shark board. That would outright prohibit it. Okay. Cool. Various things up top. We got... That does not have a seed, because it only grows in lava. Suppose it could be interesting if there were... There was a lava... Oh, we got Chaska balloons here? What? Interesting. Okay. If there were lasers. If there was a lava farm field for the teapot, but there really wouldn't be anything to farm in it besides spinel fruits, so, well. Go up top in here, and yeah, still nothing. Oh well. Again, if I were to... Well, this isn't one of the ones that gave you info anyway, so... Let's check back here, and this one is two-way. Alright. So originally we used this to ride back. There is our astral assemblage. Oh no, this is the one that takes you closer to the altar. Right, okay. Either way, it... I'm gonna go to the statue and heal up. So just to think... Oh, if I'm gonna be leveling... Escoffier, Aoife, and hopefully Ayaka next patch. That is enough for one character and no more. And even then, that's cutting it close. I need to seriously be grinding experience books. And more as well, but even still. That's not going to be as much of a priority, because I won't be leveling, really can't be leveling Ethan's skills all that much, because again, he's going to be needing the new weekly boss mats. Big thing is that on my own time, I should go and grind a bunch of handguards for Ayaka. Yeah, that's what they really need to do. They need to put in a Kairagiri Nobushi local legend. Honestly, it'd be cooler if it were just a Nobushi who was really good, despite being an elemental little guy. But so they can get handguards without, in a more engaging way. But very, very Inazuma-linked enemy. We haven't had a single Nobushi anywhere outside of Inazuma. And the one thing I could think would maybe be, if and when they add this area, they could have a Nobushi or Kairagi local legend. Makes sense, because it's close to, really close to Watatsumi, actually. Kind of funny that they, you know, they start you at Narukami when this is at least as close. Well, that said, it doesn't really have good docks, so I don't know. I don't know. Keep on Phlogiston Aphid. Don't mean much. Again, it's interesting that they drop Firefly Spines. Went through around here, and it's all broken already. Okay. Jump over, don't fall in. Oh, we took a little bit of damage. And also we have... This is a way to get up here. Take that up. That works like the hot gas vent. So let's keep moving. Music here is nice. It's not a big area at all, but it does have some verticality to it. Grab that. Nice snipe. I don't imagine that had any real tracking to it. Yeah, and exactly. I can't exactly put Witsith on Mualani, because, well, Witsith is on other individuals. We can let you borrow this, but if you're going to be surfing around for a good amount of time, that bonus is going to go away pretty quickly. And, yep, after the first time, we can't soak again. Oh well. Tragic, really. Okay. Capybara. Let us keep on moving, and it's that chest over there, seemingly. Oh, you just want to jump over. Okay, cool. Makes sense. Nice. Okay. Kind of wonder if that's gonna stay there if we reset the area. Given that with the chest gun, it doesn't exactly have a reason to exist. It is fun how the flow current birds, when you knock over that column to form that bridge, come over, and makes me wonder if they originally intended them to automatically bounce you if you got close enough so they could end up knocking you off the edge if you went there too quickly. But it's really sad as how that one ended up just randomly falling in of its own accord. The greatest tragedies of our time for sure, but it is what it is. Let me continue. Next one is going to be back that way, but no, it is still here, and it even still moves. Wow. A really wild thing is that she stays in Night Soul even when you're gliding. It keeps consuming it, too. Hello. Let's just leap and bite. And... you know, this is not a damaging hot spring, which... those are just the ones in Fontaine. Actually. The one around the one in Elenos, which actually goes away, and then the one by the Emperor of Fire and Iron. Then there is one more right here. Other than that, Oculus doesn't seem like there was much of a point to it. Yeah, there are 11 more to get in total. Cool. So let's keep on moving. Next one is over that way. Thank you. And it's not that. And now now that started rising. Interesting. Can we climb? We can climb. Nice. But it's somewhere over here. Might be on one of those sort of mushroom type things. Maybe. Either way, I think... oh, that activated it? That's insane. It's funny. Ouch. Let's... we've got the buff up. We can just use you to bite. Nice. And that's all. Nice. Just over there, and... will any of those vents activate? Oh, we got hit. So, ouch. We got juggled. Okay, well. Qucusaur right there. You move around a bunch. Let's let Chaska handle it. Qucusaur on Qucusaur violence. Okay. So if these are... what if anything could activate it? Not that. Some more over there. Let's explore this lava level in its entirety. Then we got you, which again incentivizes Chaska, so we can use that vent. Cool. Dodge the fireball, and, well, okay. Unpleasant. Cool. And... top here is... nothing of significant note. It actually makes it hit that upper lip. That's interesting. It's not what I was expecting. Not at all. Oh, chest there and a coin. Interesting. I do like how their patterns glow whenever they're in that Phlogiston. And then the Tepetlisaurs glow when they're digging. But none of the others have the same kind of glow anywhere, it seems. It's interesting. Collect those coins. Cool. I immediately switch so we don't die. And coin. Oh, obstacle course. Obstacle course. Okay. And already move. Have to chase you at all, or... oh, presumably it's leaving the coins behind, and it's not leaving them, but it's following it. Imagine if we don't get all the coins, it won't open. Yep. Yeah. Cool. Grab this, and... next one is over here by some kind of abyssal corruption. Okay. Mud. Taking some damage, and ouch. Well, you got blown up. Let's Take you down like this. Cool. Cool. And one more. Cool. Just let you handle this. How are we going to get rid of... Oh, more came out. Okay. That's what happened. And it just doesn't stop. Chaska still has just unmatched ease of use. Oh, these abyssal monsters just keep coming out of the mud. There's got to be a way to get rid of that awful mud, right? Oh, so... Ouch. Ah, you're blasting it. Thank you. But the mud is... Is it acting as a portal, or is it outright spontaneous generation? Tenebrous Mimifor emerging from the twisted mud. Because I could see it being some kind of spontaneous generation. Cool. And... Mavuika. 2. Another slam. There we are. Cool. Thank you, Secret Source Servant. And another one came because we made you happy. Okay. Nothing else nearby. So then we can use the grapples to get up to the top, but let's mark that for later. Cool. For now, we're gonna go back. Interesting. So that all was there. Got a little bit more in the way of normal hot spring. Doesn't seem like we can really climb up here, though. Well, enough finagling. But at that point, it's kind of the same as if we had done it otherwise. Come on. You. Over there, and yeah, nothing. Can we... There's a spirit way over there. It way. Some Mavuika could do it this time, sure. Next chest is gonna be... Not detected. Still only at 65. If we're gonna take you, we may as well put Mualani back in. Cool. Okay. Gets up top, and nothing of note, really. Teleport waypoint. Leads to the other pool. Oh well. And... shoot. Cool. Yep, this is only triggered by other party member Night Soul bursts. So gotta have some kind of other off-fielder. But what's interesting is that once she gets on field, you actually have a hard time triggering those, because it means she is going to be one triggering the Night Soul bursts. So unless you've got other characters with a really good uptime and frequency, those are not going to be triggered anymore. So it's all going to be hogged by Chaska. Most likely. Let's go ahead and use you this time. And what if we... Oh, it just loops around. Okay, cool. Makes sense. And... Interesting that the entrance was far back enough that if you were on the rim, you just wouldn't touch it at all. Okay. Simple. Yeah, when we go around the upper lip, we'll see all that anyway. Not a problem. So, let's just give this all another once over and then hit that upper layer up. And yeah, I think this level is what we'll handle today, and I don't know, I might end things early, I don't know. Big thing is we did everything in here already, and it's not meaningfully large to begin with, and oh, this is not even going to be all that much anyway. So again, these are all just walls with not much of anything on them, and then the other places were mostly quest related, and we did that. Got a bunch of chests on the way anyway. It's Pseudo-Star is the only thing in that area is small anyway. So do not imagine there will be much impeding me. We'll see. And those, again, do not seem to have anything to wake him up. At least not right now. Nope. That didn't work. That also didn't work. Okay. Mualani. And could have kind of used that, but meh. Ah, and here we are. Good thing we checked that. There's another one around here. Presumably if I was to... There are no vents around. Were to get up top of there, we would we'd want a way to climb it. Is the thing. Should be a chest somewhere around here, probably. But... yeah, we're gonna want to drop down there from up top. Oh well, we tried. Do we? I don't know. Can try to make this work. Yeah, it was just a common chest, but there you go. Just as shiny and pretty, because she was raised by birds. I wonder what I'd be like if I was raised by birds. Not a question you often ask, but sometimes you gotta, I guess. And again, everything left is going to be on that upper level now. Okay. Let's go back to start over here and handle that portion first. We'll work our way around, and I think this is also going to lead to the finalization of the Little Tepetlisaur questline, so that'll be nice. Should trigger the other one. Yep. Something that I believe we're going to reactivate here, and it's Tenebrous Mimesis just chilling out, I guess. Okay. And take you down. Cool. Switch to someone else. Yep. There we are. 2, 3. Slam down it. Oh, the attrition. I don't like that. Luckily, we can very easily... That was a waste. Keep you still. Got some heat there. Was this in the ground? Another more rock and... Source of that eruption, maybe? Some other volcanic events. Oh, and there we have our balloons. That's a bit separate on that lower area still. It's just, what are the balloons doing here? Presumably they would be something left behind by the Flower Feather Planet exploration team that came here originally, but even still. Can I break these? No! Okay. Seems they are spitting out a bit of fire. Well, alright. And that did not just automatically open it up. Oh, it presumably... Well, it kind of... Stupid. I did not want to do that. Oh, these are all Qucusaurus warriors. So presumably, this was an adventure team that they got turned into Mimesis. Oh, that's wild. And take you down. I need to get some food in here before I just die outright. Cool, and please do not just turn back into people. And don't kill me. Don't kill me either. Cool. So now, before Chaska just dies, let's give her some food. Take the Lasaga. And is this a bulletin board? It is not. Okay. Probably ended up destroying some balloons during the process of the fight. Aligned volcanic stone stool. And there's some tragedy to that. And, well, come on. It didn't last that high at all. Okay. Oh, and what do you know? There are Mimesis just around. Yeah, but presumably they got inside the mountain and just... Oops. Oh, but you can have them, quote-unquote, die if you shoot them down. Okay. There we go. Cool. Oh, and since it was an enemy dying, fixed torch safeguard, an enemy dying, it also triggered. Oh, Chaska's Phlogiston restoration to enemy kill passive. Apparently this is a good spot for trash artifacts. Not that I really care that much about that kind of thing. And so... yeah, we can do this while flying. Goodbye. And... you can get hit normally, or we can just hit you that way too. And how many we got? It's 1. And that's 2. It's not all that special. Oh no, it's right here that you... oh goodness. There are some people who legitimately go out of their way to farm investigation points for a little bit of artifact experience, but I just... that is not something I worry about it. I have enough characters I farm artifacts for that... and I'm not done with it. Maybe if I was done, quote-unquote, and suddenly got a new artifact set that I wanted to farm for, well, then I managed to get good pieces in and didn't have a bunch of experience, but they give you so much artifact, so much sanctifying elixir, potions, whatever, that it's not really a concern. I guess if people wanted to spend their realm currency on other things and use farming trash artifacts as a way to justify that, because the artifact juice is the best in terms of just a resin efficiency use of realm currency. But if you don't need it, then, well, you don't need it. So... and then I guess you can buy more, or you can buy experience books. Well, if someone's the kind of person where they're stingy enough and don't farm enough artifact sets where they get trash artifacts used to level to begin with, and they probably aren't leveling multiple characters. They probably don't have multiple characters. They're probably vertically investing in one single character, and therefore don't have much in trash artifacts other than, I don't know, new set comes out for Ayaka, they farm that set and never farm any other artifacts. So it's just they farmed Blizzard and then they farmed a Marchase set and got Furina for her. That said, the only Ayaka warrior I know quit the game in part because Ayaka made the game trivial and then just stopped being useful altogether. Just didn't have her day. Now that we're up top here, I don't imagine we would need Mualani. And who do we want to use here? Varesa is the only one who's going to be fighting it something close to full power now, because they resist Dendro, and we could try it anyway, but still, though. Resist Dendro, not enough different PHEC elements for Chaska to work. And again, they resist Dendro. Let's do it. Let's try it anyway. You deserve your day. And cool, burning triggered. And shoot. Shoot, and well, if we miss you, that doesn't exactly help. Okay. So that's the thing. You do the hold E, you aim faster, you get another shot out if you do it right, but you also don't have the homing. I hate most things. That doesn't say a lot. I did not mean to do that. Okay. Oh, okay, that's why. It was working at the start, and then I closed out the game earlier. And I had to reopen it. And that must have been what caused the problem. I figured it out, which is that I have to open up the game before I open up Streamlabs. Otherwise, it doesn't get sensed. If you open up the game after, it doesn't get sensed. You have to open up before. Oh well. It was only some time ago that was an issue, but nothing of serious import was missed, but it's just, I don't know why it does that in the first place. There's no logical reason. Yeah. It was working for most of the time. You assume too many things. Just, well, what I have other people say it, because, well, but the main thing is just, reliably, if I open up the game beforehand, it isn't an issue. The issue is that this time, because it was, I forget what it was specifically. Yeah, go pot calling the kettle black. So did he get hit by a car today? Okay. Not right now. Thought I turned off co-op join. Whatever. Okay, well. Again, like I said, I gotta hire better people. Maybe I'll just do it myself. Alright, alright. It does. Get well soon. Okay. Oh my goodness, 4 of them? Now this is something I could use Kinich for. They don't have any Dendro Res, but they've got Electro Res. And... Cool. Cool. Shoot. And shoot. Come on. And... Aim. Whatever. Come on, come on. Take you out. Shoot, shoot, and there we are. Cool. Again, it's always nice to see him getting some use. Oh, dumb. Still, I should probably heal you a bit. Which one? The one who hates you? And gave you a migraine? I didn't know there was one. It's kind of cool, though. Put that back. I don't know who that is. Okay. Isn't he from that one Shakespeare play? Oh, nice. That's fun. Let's see. So I want to make sure they don't fall off and I lose their drops. Unpleasant. Yeah, they won't fall off the edge on their own. Okay. The big thing is that there was a column in here, and I tried to... What did I try closing the game out for? No, I think I did that. I did that on accident. Closed the entire game out on accident. Oh, that's fun. Oh, I could... Oh, there are rocks there. Abyss rocks. Did not know that. Let's see what that does. Cool. And it's always interesting to see what Mavuika's ring targets, because it targeted that Phlogiston crystal, weirdly enough. Speed them more lasagna. And... Oh, right, because if they're like pulverites, then logically we can break them using flame granites too. Oh, that's fun. Oh, but there are more rocks over there. Interesting. On this rear side. Ferdal Ash Treasure Hunter. Open 160 chests in Ancient Sacred Mountain Atakban. So all we gotta do is activate the 2 teleport waypoints on the lower level and open the secret space. And they're shooting at me. Okay. Luckily, they don't home in or anything. What's going on with all this? Some of them got big orbs, some of them got small orbs. And one more. And that was too far. Huh. There we go. And I guess that's just a chest. And that over there should be a Mora rock. You can actually see the sparkle through the underside. Which is interesting. And what is this iridescent inscription doing here? Touch to that. Iridescent Legacy Part 4. Oh, so these are their dying words, presumably. These are the words of the Sovereign Ruler Rokratik Obalakalarun. Fascinating, this leader of humans is more interesting than I expected. He is not dragonborn, yet he is no less powerful than the noblest among us. On the contrary, he is more powerful by far. Who is advising him? Incomprehensible. If a mere mortal could truly possess the wisdom to see through my schemes, why then prostrate before another? Advising. Have I exhausted the limits of my body and mind? Have my senses grown dull, blunted by the degradations imposed by rank and power? To have forgotten that humans too, my king, we your kin, are in feeble decayed. Why has it taken me so long to see? Yeah, but the only one of them that actually survives to this day. There was Ixael, but we killed her at her request. It's Ahau. That is quite funny. In no small part because of the severely degraded, in every sense of that word's form in which he survives. And we... That was not very useful. Come on. And... that kind of works. Okay. So then, there's some chests around here we got over this way. So let's... Ah. Wonder if there's going to be an achievement for having read all those iridescent legacy inscriptions, because I've found 2, I found 1, and I've found 4. Wondering where the other are going to be. Sovereign Lords. Siege of Tuan. Distant Legacy Part 4 is... Let me see. Yeah, that was CL12. CL12, not... Oh. Not the 4th. So the iridescent legacy number is, and I just wanted to make sure, not connected to the actual number sovereign they were. Because that would have led to them presumably skipping a few, but it's not how it works. And see if there's anything up here. Probably not going to be, but again, always got to check. We can just let you go apple. That's fine. Done around here. Also, that... Oh. Big serpent. You can get on top of it. There isn't really a point to it, but it takes about 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go on a round trip to the area, which is interesting. Well, I was not expecting to get taken up like that. What's interesting is that you have to be in a certain range to lock on, but once you've actually locked on, you can get as far away as you like, and the mark won't go away. Once you release it, will shoot. Which is interesting, smart too, but I didn't really think about how that worked. Okay. And we got little Tatanka over here. Hello. Tatanka. Cool. And let's just go for a normal shot, and that one. Gonna run out of time. Just want to start that rotation again. That's what we knocked down to get in that one pool, and again, it doesn't do anything for us anymore, but posterity. Cool. 1, 2, 3. The burning is not as consistent as I might like, but that's life. That's a secret, you gotta use them with Emily. Come on, come on. Yeah, and then next patch we're getting an abyss with lava dragon statue in it, which also means just use burning, which also means use Kinich and Emily, because any other team using burning is going to suck. Well, again, the one exception might be Ruthesley Burn Melt, but one, he has a better team now, which is Escoffier, if you can run it. And two, if you hit the Lava Dragon statue with Cry or Hydro, then it does not actually change forms. And in Abyss, its resistances are higher, and which means that when it's still in Geohuman form, which means if you're not doing pyro hits, ideally through burning, it's just not really going to be taking damage at all. So, one, two, shoot, and let's go for that. Nice. Two, shoot, and don't kill me, please. Thank you. There we go. Let's feed him a bit more lasagna. I need to one of these days go and just cook a bunch of recipes, because I don't need them for Battle Pass anymore. It's not how I get my Battle Pass experience anymore. Let's put all the recipes through and then cry a little, because they never brought back the KFC recipes I missed. Something like that. Hi there! Cool. One, two. We can just go for normal homing shots, and for a second I thought you were going to hit us. But you didn't. Yay. So we can get up top on here a bit. So also some spires. Go around back, and what is that event gonna be? I see a stalactite. That didn't drop it. Probably Breaking the Vent will. Yeah, and got an Avatar of Lava. Oh well. And a lot of beetles. Let's pick them up for their iron before they'll die. Oh, they just keep on dropping. Some of them. And cool. And this is what I really, really hate, is that... Oh goodness. Don't have enough range to avoid their swings when you're grappled on with Kinich, which would otherwise make Kinich really, really good at fighting them. Stays out of the way of their non-projectile attacks, automatically dodges those projectiles by just staying on the move, and triggers burning to deal the set damage that they take via their overburn, because, well, eroded Avatar of Lava, that is their whole thing. But that is not an option. So... Okay, so clearly we want to use a Flame Granite for this, because it breaks down when we're too close. No, it seems to just have a time thing. So we'd still use a Tatankasaur for that. Okay. Cool. Timing's easier when you don't have to actively worry about when you're charging. Thank you, Varesa. Thank you very much. Hello, Riptowns. Okay. Got more rock, and oh, we can use some Phlogiston to break that. Other side. You know, I wonder, can we shoot you from the side? Well, we walked on in a weird kind of way, but the answer is yes. Hit you with that AoE. Oh, that's interesting. They can't teleport through. So it's more like fast movement than it is a true teleport. Interesting. Fuse with Phlogiston. Took half of it. Now, that's open. Interesting. So what next? Got this chest, I think. Yeah, fun. Let's start this. Not right now. Get the feeling that will lead to other things happening. Exhausting the power of your body and mind. When did I just say that? That's how exhausted my mind is. Forget what I just said. I am going to get a lot of sleep tonight. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, they do stay on the move, so it's honestly worth it to stick to the shots. Oh, hello there. Hello. And here, that Nightsoul stayed up. Nice. Oh, the dragon thing. Right, okay. One, two, shoot, and well, okay. One more shot. Dodge. Ouch. Cool. Finished it with a cool arrow, too. Nice. All these flowers that Varesa no longer uses. Goldfish boa? Maybe. Anything down here? Probably not. Okay. Check around this spot then. And also up top here. This. Yeah! What are you gonna do about it? Blub blub. Blub blah blah. Can't wait until Fantasy Life comes out and be able to play that in 2.5 weeks or so. Then I'll be able to go fishing, destroy you and your kind. Literally speak for yourself. Literally speak for yourself. One of these days, I will find a large rock and just bash you over the head with it. Yeah, go ahead. You know who's sleep deprived? Me. You know who's unfortunately employed? And would prefer to have more time and energy to devote to all this, but unfortunately doesn't? Me. Yeah, I'll try. I will succeed. And then I'll use my... Then I'll use your skull as my drinking gourd. I'll fill it with protein shakes and nutrient sludge. And that'll be the final and worst insult. I'll use it to eat food you find unappetizing. Yeah, no greater insult to an Italian. Okay. You did say you had a big forehead. Which is why you identify with Ayaka. Interesting. So we can reactivate this. In the server, you said you had a big forehead. And that's why you identified with Ayaka. Oh, wizard, hello. But that you didn't have the wet socks, so... You were fake. You were a fake Ayaka. Italian fake Yaka. Yeah. Understandable. I would ask you what about her you relate to, but I think that conversation would get depressing very quickly. So can we just drop down here right onto the chest? Oh, that. There we are, and wizards are gone. And you're not awake. Oh, if we had touched the lasers, it probably would have woken it up. Would it have? Interesting. Let's go down there and see what we got. Something to check. Over here, and check this out. Yeah, either way, I'm gonna add Italian fake Ayaka to the list of things I'll call you. Get used to it. Oh, and got another. Oh, and now there's a chest. Oh, use the vents to activate the tractor beam? Interesting. There we go. That's one of them. Let's get the other. Boom. There we go. Fun. I feel good about myself. We're like the little green aliens from Toy Story. Let's play the crane game. The claw. I'm sorry about that one. If we blow these up, it'll activate this vent. Sus. Okay. I'm also sorry about that one too. So now the only thing really left is to activate these, but now that one seems to just be awake. Is it? Okay, it definitely only wakes up if you touch the lasers. So by just touching the chest normally, we ended up missing a fight, and now I feel bad. You know how much I like fights. Violence, murder, pain, suffering. Okay. Let's see, if we reload the area, are they just gonna be gone forever, or they're gonna come back? I imagine if we touched the laser, the chest would also lock itself until we defeated Secret Source Automata. And moment of truth. Oh, okay, the chest is gone. So let's see. Yep, that wakes them up. Okay, cool. And wow, there are a lot of you too. That's fun. Cool. And let's not die. Let's go for another. Okay. Big thing is fighting you is a good way to take him down. Well, that didn't touch anything. Dumb. Ooh, okay. There we are. That is also another. Oh, no particles. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Seeing how to waste some of these might be tough. Come on. Luckily, that's always perfectly mapped to the horizontal plane, so if we stay well, I didn't want to touch that. Yep, the little jumpy does cause more problems than it solves. Okay. Cool, cool. Shoot. And stay out of the way of that. Cool. Shoot. And very nice. And, well, missed that. We can just let you do it. Cool. And taking them down. Not that it matters much. And if we reload that area again, will the lasers come back? Oh, so the lasers don't do damage, which is honestly more interesting. Big thing is, again, since at the end of the Volcano questline, Kukulkan disappears forever. There are no sovereigns, well, no original Natlan dragons left. No, and the Flame Lord's Blessing, which is essentially a way to sort of basically revive his Shukawaddle by creating Saurians with his level of power. Presumably, there's not going to be any Saurian getting the Flame Lord's Blessing ever again. Since it is the product of Shukawaddle's selective breeding on his own kin, which is interesting. Which means that there just shouldn't be any way for the Pyro Sovereign to ever come back, then. Maybe? I don't know. Start. Go up top, and I believe this revives the Dragon Idol here. I think that's also gonna finish some other stuff out. It's that back so we can use that switch. Yeah, it's glowing again. Thank you. Start that up and send a machinery. It goes from afar. A secret source dragon idol, seemingly summoned by some invisible force, begins to fly over. Oh, a secret source dragon idol is here. Were they summoned by us? Someday we must all walk one. Return where you first met your soaring companion. Rurar. What's wrong, Theodorix? Is there something you want to tell us? The last thing we had to do, Raru, but the Saurian. Little Buddy didn't even show up as part of this. Maybe he's tired, we should take a break, and Paman has an idea. Why don't we relax at the place where we first met, Rarar? Before, alrighty, Traveler, let's go. So this is the one that was flying around before, and we were able to get on and fly on it, but I kind of figured that since it flew by the switch, that the switch would end up being a sort of call station for it, and it was. Let's see where this takes us. It's going a bit faster now, with a bit more motivation. Would not surprise me if it took us up to the top of that mountain. Maybe. It's going in a different direction now than it normally goes in. So I would imagine that riding it is going to take us to some chests that we would otherwise not really be able to get, but... So it's fun seeing that Varesa animation in motion. But that did not seem to really do anything. There is that mountain up top, which I climbed up manually. I imagine there's another way to get up there that goes to that floating pillar, which is actually a little Qucusaur nest, which is cool. But it's a different path than the one it normally takes, and it is not exactly clear what this is doing. It might just be another way to get here. Yeah, that does seem like that is what it is, which hello? Okay. No, keep going. This, again, is not the path it normally takes. And it is the one that normally was flying around the area beforehand, so... The fact that we were able to call it to a specific location... is curious. It's still unclear why. Return to where you first met your Saurian companion. Your little Saurian companion seems to have something to tell you. Okay, well. Oh no, we took her sandwich. It might just go up to this pillar. That would not surprise me either. But one way or the other, this is a very, very different path than it previously took. That said, it wouldn't surprise me if the reward was just being able to call it more easily and therefore take the scenic route around. But still. It would be amusing if we went through a lot of effort to get on top of it, without the call button being available via just flying out with Mavuika and Chaska, took the scenic route around, got no kind of reward. If the reward was just a slightly different scenic route a second time, again, it would not really surprise me. It would disappoint me a little, but it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, go ahead, eat your sandwich. Talk about airplane food. Suppose maybe if you didn't have Chaska and didn't want to use a Qucusaur, you could use this to get on top of some of the parts of here, or maybe just to get over here if you didn't want to glide to it, but even still, if there really is nothing other than, for whatever reason, you need to get that done in order to make the story instead of quest complete, I don't know. I just don't know. And we came back here. And it... Oh! It just keeps on moving. But it certainly seems as if the entire point is it's supposed to be some kind of fast travel, and you switch its route to make it more useful for that purpose. Which, again, isn't something I was ever really in particular need of, but that's alright, I suppose. Yay? Okay. And yet this area has been cleared out. We're at 72 now. So in that case, I think we can finish the Little Buddy's questline. They have nothing else to do, which again raises the question of what Mare Jivari is going to be like. That... I suppose that fits pretty well with how everything in Girdle the Sands was frankly very, very strangely divorced from... I did not mean to do that. Pretty much everything beforehand in Natlan, because it was in part with the whole Egeria Oceanid, and also Jacob and Renee's diary. Really more about foreshadowing Fontaine, which means that Mare Jivari is probably going to be foreshadowing Node probably a bit. To be fair, but everything Fontaine was... There was no Natlan foreshadowing, and... Remuria at all, really. I guess maybe you could say Scylla being the Prince of Dragonborn, but even then. Okay. Theodorix, where to get this camera? Yeah, I haven't seen that before. Let's take our picture. Rar rar. So I suppose he's maintained more of his intelligence from when he briefly matured than he let on. Hey, Theodorix, where to get this camera from? Did he sneak up on someone? And no way. Roo. Raw, 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 raw. The move looks familiar. It's the Mighty Meaty Fireball. Oh, so it's probably the camera from that sort of Little Buddy Kaiju movie quest. Oh, isn't that the Mighty Meaty Fireball? Yeah, back in the Children of Echoes, wasn't there this guy who wanted to be a director, but he used his camera the wrong way around? Ah, is that where you got your camera? Rar, well, can't really tell. You want to take a picture with us, right? Huh? Paman gets it. Wakata, rar. Yeah, we've been adventuring for so long, but haven't taken any pictures together. Now that the little one's curse has been lifted, he can finally grow up big and strong. Yay! Paman isn't sure how long it takes for Tepetlisaurs to grow up. If Theodorix turns into an adult somehow, we won't get to see him as a baby anymore. Yeah, let's take it. Master Photographer's Paman set everything up. This should be just right, and the camera is definitely facing us. Everyone say, Mighty Meaty Fireball in 3, 2, 1. Mighty Meaty Fireball. Roar! That was an abrupt transition. Cute, though. There we go. Well, Theodorix is really striking an impressive pose. Roar. Theodorix takes one of the photographs, turns around carefully, tucks it away beneath the hard shell on its back. But why did Theodorix suddenly want to take a picture? Raw. Roo. The journey is coming to an end. Roo, raw. What's wrong, Theodorix? Are you feeling unwell? He doesn't look very happy. Rar. Theodorix. You want to set off on your own adventure? Oh, your own adventure. Don't you want to keep traveling us? Oh, did Paman do something to make you mad? Well, now I could have much not one left to do stuff with you, and you can't really leave, because gotta sell new gimmicks. Paman won't call you greedy again. Please don't leave us. Roo. Paman. See if Paman knows everyone's got to grow up someday, and sob everyone has places they want to go. But Paman doesn't want to say goodbye, not all of a sudden like this. Don't cry, we'll meet again someday. Really, when we need help in the future, you better come find us right away, Theodorix. Blar. And if you run into trouble on your adventures, Theodorus, you can come find us then too. Don't try to act tough. Rar rar. Don't eat too much and don't pick fights you can't win. Paimon said not to eat too much, but you should still eat plenty of meat stew. And the most important thing of all is that you should what? Grow up happy and healthy. Yeah, happy and healthy and big, till you're the size of at least 3 mountains. Rar, rar, rar. Yep, that's the spirit sub. Don't you dare forget about us. Let's see, linger briefly on the one who communicates in strange golden script. Kukulkan, as Paimon puts it, he was just using us, he never even showed his face. Yeah, because we never even saw him, that's right. Only Theodorix. Makes you think back to the complex mix of emotions reflected in the eyes of your young Soren companion at the foot of the sacred mountain. Although he is still small, he will surely grow up to become a mighty saurian indeed. At the very, very end, he presses his horn against Paimon's forehead before nuzzling tenderly at your outstretched palm. Then, after a long pause, in which he seems to be mustering up the courage, young Soren resolutely turns around and plods off into the distance. Goodbye forever. Photo with travel companions. A photo of you and your travel companions, a memento of a land where humans and saurians coexist. Though our paths may eventually diverge, the memories we create together shall never fade. Cute. And, oh, another avatar. And then you'll be free to say goodbye to your Soren companion. Yeah, why did that secret source of dragon idol require... Why was that required? Till we meet again. Your Soren companion, last hero of Cinder City, so reverie across time. Till we meet again. That's... And a Narcissus Kreutz. I think that's... the... Institute. It's the prison, that's... Meeting Elenos. The Elenos one, that's Anapausis. Vorakasha, Hydramaveth. I like how they introduced all these back for certain quest lines. It's Jet's whole deal. Well, the first one in Normal Desert, then Ayaka, Chasm, and Kanamiya questline, Surumi questline, Samurai questline, and then Sacred Sakura Cleansing Ritual. Nothing for Totara Tales. Interesting, because you can't actually... None of these are ones that are gated behind daily resets, which is interesting, because Totara Tales is pretty long too, but it requires daily resets to progress. None of these do. Oh, the others you could do in one go. Well, it actually... Does that one come from doing Neko's own stuff? Because then... Pictures, let me see. Avatars. Locked after. No, you just have to do Stara, Storm Chaser, so none of them require any kind of reset to progress, which is interesting. And then stuff like the... Oh, Yashiori and those are short. Those aren't long. The basic Watatsumi one, though to be fair, you gotta do the normal Watatsumi stuff to get into Enkanamiya, so it's kinda tied to that. And of course, there were nothing in Mondstadt. Mondstadt has not received a single World Quest chain long enough to warrant an avatar, because they hate us anyway. Sub, have an awesome adventure. Well, I don't imagine we'll ever see you again. Interesting that they took the ball, and I guess that egg is simply never going to hatch. It'd be funny if it eventually did, and we just gotten another Saurian companion. Random, maybe it's a Qucusaur? Maybe, I don't know. The area might suggest it. And, oh, Oshkanawan's kind of a Qucusaur-ish area, more than it is an Ectomosaur area. Huh. Go on, Sob, have an awesome adventure. Yep, and the souvenirs have all disappeared. It's interesting. But now, there's one thing we can do that we weren't able to before, actually. Which is, if I recall correctly, it might have just been data mined, but I know that the ability, I believe the ability to put the Little Buddy in the teapot is available to us now. Do I have to buy you from the depot? No, no. No way. Let me see. Wonder if they're gonna take up a companion slot. I guess I was simply wrong. Maybe? Well... only non-playable character companion. Did I get bamboozled? I might have gotten bamboozled. That's unpleasant. Okay. Well then. So in that case, we got this remaining half of the top side, and then all this garbage for next time. I can make that happen. Got 10 or so minutes left. I don't have the time for much more. We got... can do another ley line, and then I can figure... fight some local legend. Probably beat up the peak again, just for Saurian teeth. That's reasonable. Back to you. Thank you. Cool. One more, and it... really, it should be... experience book ley lines that I'm farming now. Because... got an okay amount of money, but hardly have any experience books. And next patch, I'll be leveling Aoife, Escoffier, and ideally Ayaka. So, gonna have some resources to accumulate. Yeah. I'm hoping I end up getting lucky on Inazuma Chronicled Banner, but knowing how things go, it's not the kind of thing you can ever expect. And take you down. Do a lot of you. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Slam down on you. Good damage. Good damage. These are Tatankasaur ley lines. Pick that up and... oh, that's right. We actually have some fragile residues. So let's do that. You know what? Just to see where these ley lines all go. Let's not condense any of it. Let's just send it through. Normal collection. I want to Furnace Shell Mountain Weasel. I hate you so much. One of the most, especially since it's really easy when you're plunging, which is how you want to fight them, to get stuck on their hitbox. Okay. And over there now. And again, the only weapon that uses them is just... oh, Varesa and signature at this point. I wonder what kind of enemy they would introduce with Mare Jivari. Oh, and we don't have enough. Fighting Spirit, right. Yep. Cool. One more. There we go. And what do you know? We have alerted the whole neighborhood. Unpleasant. Unpheasant. And where is the next one gonna be? Either way, we have more than enough things now. Okay, so it seems that those are the only... Where'd it go? Blue, blue, blue. No, really? Am I blind? Well, yes, but... This one also seems new. But I also might just be being blind again. That is a safer assumption than I might like. On that level. Oh, so if we really care to, we can actually fly there from here. Okay. This is also new. It's not new enemies, but it's a new ley line, so... Come on. Good damage, too. Thanks, Slam. Down again, and... Finish you off like that. Stand that rotation a little bit. You know... For the purpose of exploration and documentation, we got 5 billion of these. Let's use one. I probably will need to do that anyway, because, again, it's Aoife, Escoffier, Ayaka, and Aoife's going to be on the Escoffier banner too, which is nice for me. But, that said, I'm at 50 pity already, so I might end up not picking him up on his own. Naturally. Let's see what happens, and this is also new. Fun. And slam it. There's a baby here. Sad. Hit and a couple more normal Tatankasaurs. There we go. Cool. Still need experience boosts for Escoffier and for Aoife and for Ayaka, hopefully. Okay. So where have you gone? Over here. Yeah, we're back in Qucusaur land. But again, one other thing about Girdle of the Sands is not only was its quest totally disconnected, but its exploration mechanics were all about its sort of pseudo-imaginary versus quantum, gray dust versus Sorish's whatever. So I wonder if there are even going to be anything, any Saurian-related exploration gimmicks at all in the Mare Jivari, or if the reason that they're sort of using the Volcano as a sort of Saurian final exam in a certain sense is because they're just not going to be relevant in the Mare Jivari at all. Which I could also see, but again, it's just... Okay, then what is the game going to be? And how would, maybe presumably, Skirk connect to it? So got some quasi-leaks about her kit mechanics, but there was a Qucusaur here once. Doesn't mention anything about exploration, which, to be fair, could just be because they're only leaking vague terms, even if it's accurate, but even still. More you, and where is the next one gonna be? Slam, and Stomp actually did some okay damage. Take you down, and 1, 2, 3, Stomp. That did hit. Good stuff. 1, 2. Okay. So is it gonna connect to an existing pathway at this point, or it's gonna stay on something new? The real question is what material Skirk is gonna use. And now it's back over here, so we saw everything new. Let's use this team to find the peak one time to get more teeth. That'll be fun. Oh! Wonder if the rain will stay. Well, it seems the rain is being... Can rain coexist with an eruption? The answer is no. Sad. It'd be cool if it did. Yeah, and then the environment is triggering vaporizer reactions on you. It can already trigger electrocharge with lightning, so... I don't know why that would be particularly objectionable, but whatever. Well, I suppose one is amplifying, the other is transformative, so... the chance of killing you outright would be higher. Thanks. Shoot. And one. I had to stop this, but we didn't get hit. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Do not kill me. And I timed that exactly wrong. It wasn't. Let's feed you more lasagna. I don't want to go back and heal right now. I really don't. Thanks. Let's break this. And oh, it's raining again. Nice. Cool. Dodge. And 1, 2, 3. Yeah! This is a fun way to fight. So it can't coexist, but it actually ended up coming back after the eruption finished. It's more interesting, actually. Huh. Main thing is, if it hits me, it's gonna trigger evade. And that's just a death. Which I would not be happy about. Okay, shoot. Got an overlord there. 2, and hit. Very nice. Get some more hits in, and we have to make sure we don't get hit a single time, otherwise Varesa is just dead as a doornail. The extra reactions we're getting are also quite nice. Another one. Oh, but that's kind of the issue. Having more AoE problems, because the overloads aren't triggering as reliably on the body itself, because it's not getting Pyro Aura free to overload on, but either way, we had a nice victory. And that's a fun thing to close things off with. This is an Abyss setup for Escoffier, so I am going to wait until next patch to do that. And I already claimed that. Get more keys next time. We'll use that for Dia. It's got a little kid on it though to do her challenge, but that is a problem for future me. So next time, next weekend, I'll do the rest of the mountain. I bet I can fit that in. Maybe. And then also they got another event going on, which is, well, actually, this is more compressed. There isn't this big empty island that I go around it on top of for no reason. There's just this. So that actually might not take as long. And the settlement and the event next time is going to be basically Mualani Brick Breakers, so that'll be fun. Either way, we got an okay amount of things accomplished. I think this is as good a time as any to dip before my brain actually starts oozing out of my skull and I have a heart attack in the middle of tomorrow, so... yeah, Kirby tomorrow. The game is downloaded, so... yeah, thank you. Sinaragan, don't die. Thanks, you too. Yep, don't get hit by a car. At least not between now and tomorrow.